Chapter 1257. Lin Xian's body was surrounded by a boundless sea of blood. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that the sea of blood was made up of streaks of blood-colored sword qi. Not only that, but there were also countless black flames in the sea of blood. They danced and emitted a terrifying heat. Even those martial artists outside the array formation felt a temperature that made them tremble. Kill! With a roar, Lin Xian waved his arm. The Lone Star sword in his hand emitted a dazzling sword radiance as he slashed forward. The sea of blood surged. The sword radiance was like a blood-colored dragon as it roared in all directions. In an instant, the attacks flying towards Lin Xian from all directions were quickly melted by the sea of blood and black flames. Not only that, everything in the path of the sword qi began to burn. Whether it was the 15 terrifying attacks, the gray-robed elder's sword qi, or the golden lion's shadow, all of them were burning. It was a shocking scene. Although no one could hear it, they could imagine it. Not only that, but there were also countless screams. Among them, 7 warriors were swept by the blood-colored sword and immediately burned. They only had time to scream once before they were burned to ashes. Not only them, but even the armor on their bodies was burned to ashes, leaving no trace of it behind. It was as if they had never appeared. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered. The sword radiance in his hand flickered, and the sea of blood and black flames surrounded him. At this moment, his aura was fierce and murderous. He was like a peerless god of death with a terrifying killing intent that could crush everything. It was as if everything in the world had to bow down to him under this aura. What? He broke the Duan family's elite formation in an instant, and he killed half of them. How is this possible? The remaining warriors of the Duan family were horrified. Their eyes were filled with shock. Even the gray-robed elder's pupils constricted. The golden lion let out an uneasy roar. He's not human. He's a demon. Run. Someone screamed. Finally, the remaining warriors were scared. They turned and ran, not daring to fight anymore. They had long lost their previous arrogance. At this moment, they were like stray dogs trying to escape. There was nothing they could do about it. Lin Xian's attack was too terrifying, directly destroying all their confidence. Not to mention those people from the Duan clan. Even more than half of the martial artists outside were paralyzed on the ground at this moment, breaking out in cold sweat. Trying to run, Lin Xian's eyes flickered as boundless black flames strangely gushed out. In the next moment, the 8 fleeing figures froze on the spot. They found that their bodies were completely frozen and did not listen to their commands. Not only that, a terrifying and boundless feeling of panic rose from the bottom of their hearts. Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, their bodies suddenly burst into flames. Balls of black flames burned fiercely, blooming with hellish light. Not only their bodies, but even their armors and defenses were set ablaze, emitting cracking sounds. In the end, the 8 of them screamed miserably. Nothing was left behind, only a ball of flames rolling on the ground. In an instant, all 15 martial artists were annihilated. What? Impossible. How is this possible? The gray-robed elder's face turned ugly. Then he looked at the golden lion. Don't hide your strength anymore. Hurry up and kill him. Roar. The golden lion roared furiously and raised its huge head. Then it quickly charged towards Lin Xian. It was like a small golden mountain. As it moved quickly, the entire ground buzzed and trembled. Not only that, with every step it took, the golden lion's aura became stronger. In the end, the golden aura that filled the sky dyed the entire sky golden yellow. Meanwhile, the golden lion's aura had also reached its peak. The huge golden palm slapped over and instantly turned into a small mountain. It descended from the sky and exploded the entire void. At the same time, 9 illusionary figures appeared behind the golden lion. They were like real ferocious beasts. Each of them was extremely powerful and could easily tear an eighth heaven supremacy apart. This time the golden lion was truly enraged. Stars! Lin Xian's black hair fluttered as he pointed his arm towards the sky. Instantly, countless sword chi shot into the sky and collided with each other in the sky. There was a burst of dazzling light, forming countless star-like light balls. Then, under Lin Xian's control, they quickly descended. The stars in the sky descended with powerful energy and quickly bombarded the 9 illusionary figures. Immediately, the 9 golden lion illusionary figures were destroyed. Not only that, Lin Xian's palms continuously formed seals and countless rays of light in the sky condensed again, forming a huge body. Qiongqi. It's the ferocious beast, Qiongqi. In the distance, the martial artist screamed in horror when they saw the scene. He could actually summon Qiongqi. That was too terrifying. Countless people were shocked. However, some 8th heaven supremacies shook their heads. It wasn't the real Qiongqi, but a manifestation of spiritual energy. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, but their hearts also trembled violently. It was simply too shocking to be able to manifest such a terrifying, ferocious beast. In the sky, a vast sea of spiritual energy quickly condensed and formed the terrifying Qiongqi. As soon as Qiongqi appeared, it roared into the sky and quickly charged forward. Immediately, it broke the golden lion's huge golden claws. Roar! Blood splattered everywhere as the golden lion roared angrily. It had never thought that it would suffer such a great loss in the hands of a human youth. Meanwhile, the surrounding people were stunned. In just one move, Qiongqi had injured the golden lion. One had to know that it was just an illusion. It was actually so terrifying. The gray-robed elder's face was also pale. He knew how powerful the golden lion was and that even he couldn't defeat it. However, in just an instant, the golden lion's huge paw was broken. However, the golden lion was an ancient mutated beast after all and was very powerful. It had reached the level of an 8-star demon general. Although its paw was broken, its aura didn't weaken. Instead, it became even more ferocious. With a furious roar, the golden lion's figure quickly pounced on Qiongqi. Immediately, the two beasts collided rapidly in the void, creating a deafening roar as if thousands of lightning bolts had struck. Luckily, it blocked it. Seeing that the golden lion had gone crazy, the gray-robed elder heaved a sigh of relief. However, Lin Xian sneered. In the next instant, his palm changed again. Immediately, the void trembled and a huge shadow appeared. What? It appeared again. No way! How could his spiritual energy be so strong? Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. This was because they knew that it required an extremely large amount of spiritual energy to condense something like Qiongqi. Perhaps even an 8th heaven supremacy could only condense one. However, now, a 7th heaven supremacy youth actually had the energy to condense something else. This was simply too shocking. Chapter 1258. The gray-robed elder's expression changed as his heart skipped a beat. Oh no, we can't let him succeed. It was already difficult for the golden lion to fight against a Qiongqi. If the other party used another skill, the golden lion would not be able to block it. At that time, he would be in danger. The gray-robed elder did not hesitate. He took out a half-earth rank artifact from his storage ring. Then he turned into a gray light and quickly stabbed at Lin Xian. The sword was silent and there was a dazzling light around it. If one did not pay attention, they would not have noticed it. In the sky, a huge shadow appeared. It was a giant golden bird. Its huge body covered the entire sky. Sky Rock, it's the ancient beast sky, Rock. Everyone was shocked. Although they knew that it was only condensed by spiritual power, they were still shocked by the aura. It was too realistic. If one did not know the inside story, they would have thought that the ancient beast Sky Rock had been resurrected. In fact, this was normal. The 9 changes of the firmament was an earth-rank martial art. Its power was unpredictable. Moreover, Lin Xian still had the great dragon sword soul that could simulate everything. Therefore, the ferocious beasts were no different from real beasts, except that they were not alive. The moment the sky rock appeared, it displayed a terrifying aura. Then, its sharp claws grabbed at the void and locked onto the gray-robed elder. In the next moment, a huge force rushed toward the gray-robed elder and sent him flying. The half-earth-rank artifact was broken in half. The gray-robed elder's body was sent flying and smashed into the ground, forming a terrifying human-shaped crater. The terrifying sound shook the sky. The momentum had alarmed the Shen family's martial artists. In fact, it was not only the Shen family's martial artists. The martial artists of the major forces in Blue Ice City were all alarmed. At this moment, those people ran over to watch the show. However, no one made a move. The Shen family had also sent a few elders to rush over. These elders were furious. They did not expect that someone would dare to make a move in Blue Ice City. This was obviously looking down on the Shen family. I want to see who dares to be presumptuous here. However, in the next moment, a huge figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Following that was a terrifying aura. What? The ancient beast sky, rock. How is this possible? The 3 elders of the Shin family were extremely shocked. They looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. After that, the 3 of them sped up at the same time. The moment the giant sky rock appeared, it sent the gray-robed elder flying. Then, it stared coldly at the golden lion. Instantly, the golden lion's fur all stood up. He felt a great sense of threat. With a furious roar, it fiercely slammed into the Cheongqi, forcing it to retreat. However, Lin Xian did not give it a chance. Sky rock transformation, golden sword. The seal on his palm changed as Lin Xian activated his killer move. Suddenly, the huge body of the heavenly Peng in the sky emitted a blazing light. Every feather on its body turned into a golden sword that pierced downwards. For a moment, the entire space was filled with golden swords. 108,000 swords were all stabbing towards the golden lion. The golden lion king was extremely furious, but he couldn't resist at all. Soon he was pierced by countless golden swords, and his huge body was nailed to the ground. Blood flowed, converging into a river, releasing a pungent, bloody smell. What? The golden lion king is dead. Looking at this scene, everyone was shocked. Even the cultivators from the various major forces were extremely shocked. That was because the golden lion king was extremely brave. Even they were not confident of defeating him, but now he was slaughtered so easily. The gray-robed elder was also stunned. His eyes were filled with fear. Now he finally understood that the young man in front of him was not someone they could provoke. However, at this moment, 3 powerful auras came from afar, accompanied by an angry roar. Who dares to cause trouble in Blue Ice City? Hearing this voice, the gray-robed elder was ecstatic. He shouted crazily, "Friends of the Shun family, save me!" The 3 powerful auras turned into 3 figures and stopped in the sky. They were a man, a woman, and an elder. The 3 of them were the elders sent by the Shun family. The 3 of them looked at the scene in front of them. Their pupils constricted and their faces were filled with shock. In particular, the huge corpse of the Golden Lion King shocked them. They naturally knew who had died. They were warriors sent by the Duan family, a force that was not weaker than them. However, at this moment they were killed by someone. When they saw Duan Fei nailed to the ground, the 3 Shen family elders could not help but cry out. They did not expect that not only was the Golden Lion King dead, but the most important person, Duan Fei, was also dead. "The 3 of you, save me!" The gray-robed elder shouted crazily again. "Elder Duan, don't worry. We will ensure your safety." The 3 of them had always been on good terms with the Duan family, So at this moment, they naturally wanted to fight on the gray-robed elder's side. After saying that, the three of them quickly rushed over. Looking at the three figures, Lin Xian smiled. The battle just now had destroyed the formation he had set up, so there was no space enchantment around them. The three Shen family elders were naturally unimpeded and quickly came to the gray-robed elder's side. However, the smile on Lin Xian's face grew wider. He slowly raised his arm and pointed forward. Void shattering finger! Suddenly, a purple light flew out like lightning and instantly streaked across space. Oh no! You're courting death! How dare you! The three of them roared and joined forces to stop him. The surrounding warriors were also shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to dare to attack in front of the Shen family. However, it was all in vain. The void-shattering finger disappeared without a trace and was extremely mysterious. In an instant, it passed through the combined defense of the three and pierced through the gray-robed elder's glabella. Poof! A thumb-sized hole appeared in the gray-robed elder's glabella, and blood splattered everywhere. The light in his eyes gradually disappeared. Until his death, he still could not believe that Lin Xian could kill him under the protection of the three great experts of the Shen family. Plop! The gray-robed elder's corpse fell, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The surrounding crowd was stunned. For a moment, the scene was extremely silent and extremely strange. The three experts of the Shen family were also stunned. They did not expect Lin Xian to succeed. However, in the next moment, the three of them trembled in anger. Impudent, he was too impudent. Lin Xian dared to kill in front of them. He did not take them seriously at all. Moreover, the person who was killed was their ally and a member of a sovereign family. They could not explain this at all. Therefore, in the next moment, the three of them looked at Lin Xian with undisguised, killing intent in their eyes. Brat, you're too impudent. Kneel down and accept your death. Come back with me obediently and accept your punishment. Otherwise, you'll end up in a terrible state. Chapter 1259. However, Lin Xian remained calm. The 9th elder and the 10th elder behind him snorted and quickly walked forward to protect Lin Xian. How dare you question our young master? Does the Shen family want to start a war with the Ares Palace? Hearing that, the three experts from the Shen family froze and stopped in their tracks. They looked at the 9th elder and the 10th elder, their expressions fluctuating. What did you say? You said, he's your young master. The middle-aged man among the three frowned. What young master? Why don't I know him? No matter who he is, he has to be judged by the Shen family for committing murder in Blue Ice City. Who do you think you are? How dare you judge our young master? Get lost! The 9th elder shouted angrily. The terrifying sound wave turned into a torrent of energy. It quickly charged forward. How dare you attack me? You're courting death. The middle-aged man shouted angrily and similarly struck out with his palm. The two waves of energy exploded, and the middle-aged man from the Shen family was forced back dozens of steps. The blood in his body was in turmoil. What? How is this possible? The other two elders' expressions changed drastically. They did not expect the old man in front of them to be so terrifying. The middle-aged man who was forced back was trembling. He opened his mouth with difficulty, but only spat out a mouthful of blood. I can't be bothered with you juniors. If I remember correctly, Chong Kong is here. Ask him to come out and see me. Ordinary martial artists might not have heard of this name, but the three Shen family experts and the people from the surrounding major forces all trembled. Their eyes were filled with shock. Chong Kong was the number 1 elder in Lingchuan Mansion and was also the 7th elder in the Shen family headquarters. Such a person's strength was terrifying. He was definitely not someone the 3 experts from the Shen family could compare to. Ha, Mo Yin, your temper is still so irritable. At that moment, an old laugh sounded. Hearing this voice, everyone was shocked, and the three experts of the Shin family also became respectful. "Greetings, Elder Chongkong." The three of them bowed respectfully to the void. Elder Chongkong. Could it be that Elder Chongkong really came? Everyone was shocked. They did not expect to see such a terrifying person here. Sure enough, in the next moment, the void fluctuated slightly, and an old figure appeared before everyone. Humph! Seeing that figure, the ninth elder coldly snorted. "Chongkong, these juniors of yours aren't much. They actually dared to scold my young master. Do as you see fit, young master." At this moment, everyone had solemn expressions because they could tell that the ninth elder did not fear the Chen clan's Elder Chongkong at all. This meant that the other party status was definitely not inferior to Elder Chongkong's. Such a person would at least be a core elder of a sovereign clan. However, to be addressed as young master by such a person, his identity was simply unimaginable. Could it be that this young man is also a core disciple of a sovereign clan? Everyone looked at Lin Xian in shock. Elder Chongkong narrowed his eyes and carefully sized up Lin Xian. "Mo Yin, could this be the young master of your palace of war?" "Of course." Hearing this, some people gasped. The young man in front of them was actually the young master of the Palace of War. No wonder the other party dared to kill the Duan clan's martial artists and even dared to kill the Duan clan's fifth young master. Strictly speaking, Duan Fei was probably not even a 10,000th of the young man in front of them. One had to know that the Duan clan was not the true master of the Palace of War. They were only under the vice palace master. The young man in front of them was the son of the palace master of the Palace of War, Lin Zhan. His identity was even more honorable than Elder Chongkong and the others. After knowing Lin Xian's identity, the three experts from the Qin clan immediately broke out in cold sweat. Putting aside the strength of this identity, just this identity alone was enough to kill them thousands of times. In an instant, the three of them were terrified and their bodies trembled slightly. The vast Sky Elder also bowed slightly. "Greetings, young Master Lin." "Elder Chongkong, you're too polite." Lin Xian nodded slightly to return the greeting. If it was before, he would definitely respectfully address the other party as senior. However, it was different now. His identity had become the young master of the Palace of War. It could be said that other than a few people, no one had a more honorable identity than him. Therefore, even if he met the core elders of the Qin clan, he would only nod slightly. "I didn't know young Master Lin was here. Please forgive me if I didn't take care of you properly." Elder Chongkong bowed slightly, then turned around and said to the three Qin clan warriors, "The three of you come over and apologize to young Master Lin." "Young Master Lin, we have eyes but failed to recognize you. Please be magnanimous and forgive us this time. It's fine." Lin Xian said indifferently, "My enemy is only the Duan clan. Everyone else can be my friends." Lin Xian's words undoubtedly expressed his stance. He would not rest until the Duan clan was dead. As for the other forces, as long as they allied with the Duan clan, they would be his enemy. Elder Chongkong narrowed his eyes after hearing that. He did not expect the young man in front of him to be so fierce. It was really beyond his expectations. One should note that the situation at the Palace of War was not good. Palace Master Lin Zhan was in seclusion, causing the Duan clan to become stronger and stronger. They were already suppressing the Palace of War's main branch. However, the young man in front of him was still doing this. This meant that he definitely had some confidence that he did not know about. It seemed that he had to reevaluate his attitude towards the Palace of War. Elder Chongkong's thoughts turned. He decided to discuss this matter with the other upper echelons of the clan. Following that, Lin Xian and the others were welcomed into the Chen clan's residence under the invitation of the Chen clan's elders. Looking at Lin Xian's back view, everyone was filled with emotions. Originally, they thought that he would be in big trouble for offending the Duan clan. However, they did not expect his identity to be so shocking. Not only that, his strength was even more shocking. With a raise of his hand, he finished off the gray-robed elder, the golden lion, and other terrifying existences. This young man will probably become the next famous young giant in the Tianwu continent. That's right. How old is he? He's already so terrifying. I'm afraid that the Tianwu fourth young master was only like this back then. Everyone exclaimed. Then they seemed to have thought of something. His motive for coming to the Chun clan at this time is definitely not simple. Could it be that he's also here for a marriage alliance? That's possible. It seems that the birthday banquet later will be lively. Everyone was excited and walked towards the Chun clan. The Chun clan's residence was abnormally majestic. It was even several times larger than the palace. At this moment, the Chun clan's residence was brightly lit with experts gathered. It was abnormally lively. Lin Xian's arrival attracted the attention of many people. After all, there were not many people who were qualified to have Elder Chongkong lead the way. Such a person's identity was definitely very honorable and rare. Therefore, everyone knew each other. Chapter 1260. After bringing Lin Xian to the VIP room, Elder Chongkong left. Lin Xian found a place and sat down. Beside him, Yu Fei was extremely excited. Brother Xian, I'm not dreaming, right? Even the Xin family is so polite to us. He was really confused because he had never thought that a sovereign family would be so polite to them. This was something that he would never have dared to dream of. Furthermore, what shocked him even more was that Lin Xian was the son of the palace master of the Palace of Gods of War. This was too shocking. It's nothing. As long as you follow me, one day, I will lead you to surpass the entire Tianwu continent. Lin Xian had such confidence. There were many people in the VIP room, and they were all sizing up Lin Xian and the others. Those who could enter were at least from the top rank 6X, and they might even be from the sovereign family. As for Lin Xian and the others, they had never seen them before, so they were very curious. However, when they saw the insignia on the 9th elder and the 10th elder's robes, their hearts trembled. A blade and a sword crossed each other. This was the robes of the Palace of Gods of War. At this moment, it appeared on the 9th elder. The meaning was self-evident. Needless to say, these two elders were definitely from the Palace of Gods of War. Looking at their strength and cultivation, they were also core elders in the Palace of Gods of War. As for the young man in front of them, needless to say, his identity was extremely honorable. Therefore, many sects and families came to strike up a conversation. Lin Xian was also swirling his wine. As he tasted it, he thought carefully about who among these people could become allies with the Palace of Gods of War. At this moment, a few more cultivators were invited into the VIP room. This time, the leader was not Elder Chongkong, but a young man. This young man was very handsome and could even be said to be beautiful. His appearance made many women jealous. The young man invited the guests into the VIP room and was about to leave when he inadvertently glanced at Lin Xian. When he saw Lin Xian, he was momentarily stunned, and his beautiful eyes abruptly shrank. This expression was caught by Lin Xian, and he frowned slightly. He couldn't understand why the youth had such a shocked expression. However, before he could think about it, the young man was already walking towards him. "You're Lin Xian?" The pretty boy asked tentatively. "I am." Lin Xian nodded. "And you are?" "My name is Shin Shachi. My father is Shun Lingchuan." "Oh, so it's the young master of the Shun family. Why are you looking for me?" Lin Xian smiled as he looked at the young master in front of him. Come here for a moment. I have something to tell you in private." Hearing this, the surrounding cultivators revealed doubtful expressions, but Lin Xian nodded slightly. All right, he could somewhat guess the young man's intentions. "9th elder, I will go out with him for a while. Don't worry, there won't be any problems." After explaining, Lin Xian followed Shin Shachi out of the VIP room. Lin Xian followed behind the young man and shuttled through the Shen family mansion. They avoided many hidden sentries and arrived at the depths of the Shen family mansion. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been scared witless upon seeing such an abnormal situation. After all, this was the Shen family mansion. However, Lin Xian was skilled and bold. Moreover, he had guessed the young man's intentions, so he wasn't too worried. After bringing Lin Xian to a secret room, Shen Xiaqi couldn't wait to ask, "Do you know my sister?" "Your sister? Is she Jingqiu?" "Sure enough, you do know my sister." "That's right, you're Lin Xian." Shen Xiaqi was excited. "You look exactly like my sister." "Big brother Lin, can you help me with something?" "What do you need my help with?" "Is it related to your sister?" "Yes, can you help her escape?" "Escape?" Shen Xiaqi sighed. "My sister is really pitiful. First, something went wrong with her cultivation, and now she's being used as a tool for marriage. I know she's in despair. As her younger brother, I can't just sit by and watch. Escaping isn't the best way. Moreover, with the Shen family's strength, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape for long." Lin Xian shook his head. "How about this? Tell your sister to find me. I have a way to help her out of this predicament." "What? There's another way." Shen Xiaqi was excited. Seeing Lin Xian nod, he said again, "Don't worry, I'll call my sister over." Not long after Shen Xiaqi ran out, he came back. Not only that, he also brought someone back this time. It was a person wrapped in darkness. Her body was covered in black sand, and even her face was covered with a thick veil. Only a pair of eyes were exposed. Those eyes were bright and twinkling like stars. They were very beautiful. When Lin Xian saw those eyes, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. He knew that the figure in front of him was the girl he met 3 years ago. But he didn't expect that reality would be so cruel. In 3 years, such a beautiful and intelligent girl had fallen to such a state. But fortunately, there was always a way out. He now had the spirit medicine to cure her. "You're Lin Xian?" The figure in front of him spoke faintly. Her voice had become hoarse and low, not at all like a young girl should have. She looked deeply at Lin Xian, then lowered her head. Her hands gripped her clothes uneasily, and her body trembled slightly. She was like an injured kitten, very timid. Looking at the pitiful person in front of him, Lin Xian felt a pang of pain in his heart. "It's me. I've come to find you as promised." But hearing Lin Xian's words, Xin Jingqiu finally couldn't help but cry. She had suffered too much in the past 3 years. Now, in front of Lin Xian, she couldn't take it anymore. Lin Xian slowly walked in front of Xin Jingqiu and said gently, "Since I'm here, I won't let you suffer any more." "But I'm in this state." Xin Jingqiu lowered her head. Her tears wet the veil on her face. "Don't worry, I can cure you," Lin Xian said gently. "What?" Hearing this, Shen Jingqiu's body stiffened. Shen Xiaqi, on the other hand, exclaimed, "You can cure my sister? Really? Big brother Lin, is this true?" Shen Jingqiu couldn't believe it, because in the past 3 years, her family had thought of countless ways to cure her, but none of them could cure her, because that wasn't an ordinary flame, but the purest power of the bloodline. Even a king couldn't suppress it. But now, Lin Xian said that he could cure her. This was shocking. "Don't worry, I can definitely cure you." As Lin Xian spoke, he took out a palm-sized jade teapot and a jade cup from his storage ring. "Drink this and you'll get better. Trust me." "What? Drink this?" Xin Jingqiu's body trembled. To be honest, in the past 3 years, she had been in despair because she didn't believe that there was anything in this world that could cure her. But she believed in Lin Xian. Chapter 1261. A warm current flowed into her body, following her meridians and quickly flowing through her entire body. Following that, a warm feeling rose from her body, as if the pain caused by the bloodline power had lessened by a lot. "Is this enough?" Xin Jingqiu asked timidly. However, before Lin Xian could reply, Xin Xiaqi screamed, "Sister, your voice!" "Voice? What's wrong with my voice?" Before she could finish speaking, Shen Jingqiu was also stunned because she found that her voice was no longer low and hoarse, but had become clear and crisp like an oriole. This was her original voice. Could it be that this cup of tea was so miraculous? As soon as she drank it, there was a change. Now she was extremely excited because she now completely believed that the spirit tea brought by Lin Xian could cure her. Not only that, after her voice recovered, Shen Jingqiu felt that her body was itchy, as if half of her old skin was falling off. All right, go back and prepare. You can't meet people like this. Don't worry, you will get better. Just treat these 3 years as a dream. Forget it. Lin Xian said gently. Shen Jingqiu looked at Lin Xian, her face blushing. Then she nodded heavily and ran out like a deer. Brother Lin, is my sister really cured? At the side, Shen Shachi was also extremely shocked. Even if he was the young master of the Shen family and had countless treasures, he still could not believe what was happening in front of him. One must know that his sister's illness was something that even the king of the family could not cure. But now, with just a cup of spirit tea, his sister had recovered by more than half. Don't worry, your sister will definitely amaze everyone today. Lin Xian was extremely confident. From today onwards, your sister will still be the pearl of the sky martial continent. The main hall of the Shin family was brightly lit and bustling. A stalwart middle-aged man and a beautiful middle-aged woman came to the main hall hand in hand. These two people were Shen Lingchuan and his wife. Their arrival caused the entire main hall to quiet down. Although it was quiet, the atmosphere did not weaken. His body became more active than before. Below the stage, countless young talents from various forces were eager to give it a try. They wanted to display their most outstanding appearance so that Shan Lingchuan and his wife would take a fancy to them. They all knew that behind this birthday party there was a marriage alliance, but no one cared about Shen Jingqiu. That was because they knew that the other party had long been disfigured and had lost his cultivation. He was simply a cripple. What they cared more about was who Shen Lingchuan would favor, because once he did, it was very likely that he would become an important figure in the Shen family. Everyone's goal was to establish ties with the Shen family, a royal family. As for Shen Jingqiu, even if they married her, they would not take a second look at her. Shen Lingchuan and his wife stood at the front and looked at the countless young talents below. They sighed in their hearts. The things that had happened in the past 3 years had made them so worried that their hair had turned white. But they didn't want their daughter to continue being so hopeless. Therefore, they planned to find a handsome young man to marry their daughter. Although they knew that most of these people were here for the Shen family, they still hoped that someone would appear and treat their daughter with sincerity. However, seeing the current situation, Shen Lingchuan and his wife were extremely disappointed. They knew that it would be difficult to find a suitable young man today. However, since the birthday party had been held, of course, it had to continue, and it had to be extremely lively. At the beginning of the party, there were some congratulatory speeches. Everyone didn't care about these and listened casually. However, not long after, the elder on the stage suddenly changed his tone. Our Shun family's little princess is ready. Now, let's welcome our beautiful and adorable little princess to the stage. Hearing this, many people below the stage curled their lips and didn't take it seriously. There was nothing wrong with a little princess, but beautiful and adorable was nowhere near it. Who didn't know that the Shen family's little princess had long been disfigured? However, Shen Jingqiu was the star of this birthday party, so these people still glanced at her casually. However, with just one glance, they were all stunned. In front of the main hall, the door on the left suddenly opened, and a beautiful figure walked in. At this moment, Shen Jingqiu's black robe was gone and replaced by a very beautiful long dress. Not only that, the veil on her face was also taken off. However, she was still a little timid. This was because in these 3 years, other than her parents and brother, she didn't have any contact with anyone else. Now that she was facing so many people, she couldn't help but feel nervous and even more timid. However, in the end, she still mustered up her courage and took a step forward. The moment she took a step forward, she instantly felt that all the eyes in the main hall were focused on her. Instantly, her face turned red, and her heart pounded even harder. She secretly glanced in front of her and realized that there was no hatred or disdain in those people's eyes. This allowed her to let out a slight sigh of relief. She took a deep breath and finally arrived at the main hall. In the main hall of Huihong, a beautiful girl stood quietly like a fairy in the human world. She was like the brightest star that lit up the entire sky. In an instant, everyone was stunned. Who on earth was this girl who was as beautiful as a fairy? Why haven't they seen or heard of her before? Could she be the little princess of the Shen family? Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe that this beautiful girl in front of them was the legendary person who had suffered a backlash from the power of the bloodline and had her face disfigured and her cultivation destroyed. This was too unbelievable. Shen Lingchuan and his wife were also shocked, especially Mother Shen. Her eyes were full of shock. "You are Jingqiu, Qiu." "Mother, what's wrong? Don't you recognize me?" Shen Jingqiu was confused. She had left in a hurry and didn't look at herself in the mirror, so she didn't know what was going on with her. However, looking at these people's shocked expressions, she knew that she was no longer the same person she had been when she was burned. "Qiu, are you my Qiu? That's great. You have finally recovered." Mother Shen hugged Shen Jingqiu and cried happily. Beside her, Shen Lingchuan's eyes were also red and his body was trembling. This powerful man who held great power in his hands was also filled with emotions at this moment. He didn't expect his daughter to recover her looks one day. This was something that he didn't even dare to dream of. "Father, Mother, I am Qiu. What's wrong with you? Don't you recognize me?" Shen Jingqiu was so anxious that she was about to cry. For the past 3 years, only her parents and little brother had been with her. If her parents didn't recognize her now, her life would be over. The surrounding martial artists were all in an uproar. What? This beautiful girl is Shen Jingqiu, the legendary cripple? Chapter 1262. They did not expect the legendary person to be so beautiful. They were at a loss of what to do. At the same time, they gritted their teeth. Who was the one who spread the news that the little princess of the Shen family was disfigured? It was too abominable. They were afraid that Shen Lingchuan and the rest had already seen their previous behavior. It seemed that this marriage was impossible. Damn it, Shen Lingchuan is a sly old fox. He actually thought of such a test. Yes, we were all deceived. I did not expect him to spread such rumors for his daughter's happiness. I really did not expect it. Many people thought that Shen Jingqiu's previous negative news was deliberately spread by Shen Lingchuan. His purpose was to find someone who truly loved his daughter, but they did not know that Shen Lingchuan and his wife were more shocked than all of them, because they did not know that their daughter could recover her original appearance one day. After Shen Jingqiu found out that her appearance had recovered, she was so emotional that she cried, "Brother Lin Xian, it's Brother Lin Xian. He saved me." Shen Jingqiu knew that it must be that cup of spiritual tea that had completely healed her injuries. Thinking of Lin Xian, she suddenly smiled through her tears, revealing a beautiful smile. Suddenly, the young warriors in the hall were all mesmerized. Many of them could not help but walk forward, wanting to strike up a conversation with Shen Jingqiu. Now their intestines were green with regret. If they had shown a little bit of concern for Shen Jingqiu before, they were afraid that things would be different now. Seeing those impulsive young warriors, the guards of the Shen family rushed over to maintain order, fearing that there would be a riot in the hall. Mother Shen pulled Shen Jingqiu and quickly left through the side door. "Qiu, let's go. Let's find a place to tell Mother what happened." Mother Shen's face was anxious. As for how the birthday banquet would turn out, she did not care. Now her daughter was the most important thing in her eyes. Seeing Shen Jingqiu leave, the young warriors in the hall were even more excited. Originally, they were a little reluctant about the marriage alliance, but now they wished they could break their heads to snatch this spot. Those older generation figures weren't to be trifled with. Thus, the various elders and patriarchs of the various large powers all came over to curry favor with Shen Lingchuan. Shen Lingchuan was naturally in a good mood, but he did not mention a word about his daughter's marriage. Previously, he had only wanted to find someone who treated Chiao, or sincerely because he had no other choice. But now his daughter has recovered her looks and has become the pearl of the Sky Martial Continent. As for the marriage alliance, to hell with it. Young Lord Lin Xian, our master invites you over. Elder Chong Kong personally came to invite Lin Xian over. Although he didn't know why Shen Lingchuan wanted to invite Lin Xian over, he knew that it wasn't a simple matter. Because he had also heard about Shen Jingqiu's matter, he was also extremely shocked after hearing the news. Lin Xian wasn't surprised that Shen Lingchuan wanted to meet him because he was very confident in the immortal tea. Furthermore, he knew from the situation in the Great Hall that Shen Jingqiu had completely recovered. Shen Lingchuan and his wife were naturally very curious about how Lin Xian could recover from an injury that even a king couldn't treat. They would definitely be extremely shocked. At this time, his role in this matter would be revealed. Thus, Shen Lingchuan would definitely come to find him. Young Lord Lin, master is inside. You can go in. Elder Chong Kong brought Lin Xian to a hall. Lin Xian nodded before pushing the door open and entering. Shen Lingchuan and his family were inside, chatting and laughing nonstop. Until now, they were still very excited. Big brother Lin, you're here. Shen Xiaqi immediately ran over when he saw Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled at him before looking at Shen Lingchuan and his wife. Madam Shen from the Shen family. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Young Lord Lin, please take a seat. Shen Lingchuan and his wife were very excited as they invited Lin Xian in. Shen Jingqiu's face was also red. Big brother Lin Xian, you're here. Shen Lingchuan and his wife had already found out from their daughter that this young man in front of them had given their daughter a cup of spiritual tea. Thus, her injuries were all healed. When they heard this news, they were extremely shocked. Needless to say, that spiritual tea was definitely a rare treasure. An injury that even a king couldn't treat could be healed by a cup of spiritual tea. This was too shocking. Shen Lingchuan and his wife thought that Lin Xian had an ulterior motive for coming here. However, when they found out that their daughter and Lin Xian had known each other for 3 years, they immediately changed their minds. Thus, they couldn't wait to find Lin Xian. Young Lord Lin, I heard from Chiao that you gave her a cup of spiritual tea. May I know what kind of spiritual tea it is? Shen Lingchuan was very curious. You're being too polite. Chiao and I are good friends, so you should just call me Lin Xian. Young Lord, or whatever sounds a little distant. All right then, I'll call you Nephew Lin. You don't have to call me Patriarch Shen. How about Uncle Shen? Shen Lingchuan smiled. All right, Uncle Shen. I obtained this spiritual herb in the Hidden Sky secret realm. It's called the Immortal Tea. It can heal all injuries. If you consume it all year round, it has the effect of retaining your youthful appearance. Just nice, I brought a pot today. Uncle Shen and Auntie Shen, please have a taste. With that, Lin Xian flipped his palm and took out the pot of immortal tea. He poured a cup for everyone. As soon as the spiritual tea was served, an extremely fragrant aura gushed out and filled the entire room. Even without drinking, just smelling it made one feel refreshed. This, Shen Lingchuan and his wife looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. One had to know that they held high positions and were extremely important figures in the Shen family. Thus, they had seen many treasures. However, they had never seen anything like the immortal tea. Thus, the two of them could not wait to take a sip. Soon, the two of them were shocked because they felt a mysterious energy circulating in their bodies. Good stuff, it's really good stuff. No wonder it can cure Chiao Er's illness. Shen Lingchuan was very excited. Nephew Lin, do you have any more of this spiritual herb? I would like to buy some. It was extremely precious to be able to cure an illness that even kings could not. Thus, Shen Lingchuan wanted to buy some from Lin Xian in case he needed it. Don't worry, I won't mistreat you in terms of price. Furthermore, I will support you in the matter of the palace of Ares. Lin Xian had cured their daughter. He was their family's benefactor. Thus, Shen Lingchuan did not hesitate to express his attitude. Thank you, Uncle Shen. Lin Xian was overjoyed. It seemed like he had completed half of his goal. At least he had obtained Shen Lingchuan's support. However, there was still the other half that he had to complete. Uncle Shen, it's not that I don't want to sell it to you, but I still have a use for the immortal tea, Lin Xian said. Speaking of which, I still need your help with something. Chapter 1263. Oh, what is it? Just say it. Shen Jingqiu added, Big brother Lin Xian, if you have anything to say, just say it. Don't worry, my father will definitely help you. It's not a big deal. I just need Uncle Shen to spread the news about the immortal tea. You mean? Shen Lingchuan's eyes flashed. Soon, I will hold an auction in the Blood Realm. The immortal tea will be on the auction block. However, the effects of the immortal tea are too shocking. I'm afraid no one will believe me. Shen Lingchuan understood. It seemed that Lin Xian wanted the Shen family to help spread the news. Indeed, the effects of the immortal tea were too shocking. Normally, he wouldn't believe it either. However, after witnessing his daughter's incident, he knew that the tea was miraculous. Others didn't know. They wouldn't believe it either. Therefore, Lin Xian needed the Shen family's help. Don't worry, leave it to me. Shen Lingchuan chuckled. I wonder when the auction will be. I'd like to go and take a look. Lin Xian took out an invitation from his storage ring and handed it to Shen Lingchuan. Then I'll welcome you, Uncle Shen. After chatting for a while, Lin Xian stood up and prepared to leave. Brother Lin Xian, are you leaving? Shen Jingqiu's eyes were filled with reluctance. Shen Lingchuan and his wife sighed. After 3 years of suffering, Shen Jingqiu had become extremely introverted. Other than them, she probably wouldn't talk to anyone else. They couldn't go on like this. Shen Lingchuan's mother thought for a long time and felt that Lin Xian was reliable. Therefore, she said in a low voice, Young Master Lin, why don't you take Qiu with you? What? Lin Xian was stunned. Shen Jingqiu's eyes flashed with excitement. Qiu has just recovered from a serious illness. She has just regained her looks, but her confidence hasn't recovered yet. I think you should take her to see the outside world. It'll be better for her temperament. However, my current situation is very special. I'm afraid there will be a lot of dangers if you follow me. To be honest, Lin Xian also wanted to take Shen Jingqiu away, but he had other things to do now. Moreover, the Duan clan would not let him off. Lin Xian didn't want Shen Jingqiu to get caught up in such a fight. Brother Lin Xian, Qiu will protect herself well, Shen Jingqiu said pitifully. She was afraid that Lin Xian would not want her. Nephew Lin, don't worry. I don't think those people from the Duan family have the guts to harm my daughter. Lin Xian thought for a moment and then nodded. All right, big brother Lin Xian, you agreed? That's great. Shen Jingqiu cheered. Then Lin Xian left the main hall with Shen Jingqiu and walked towards the VIP room. When he saw Lin Xian bring back a girl as beautiful as a fairy, Yu Fei was stunned. The 9th elder and the other 2 were also shocked. Young master, this is? Oh, she's Shen Jingqiu, Shen Lingchuan's daughter. She's coming with us this time. Qiu greets the 2 grandpas. Shen Jingqiu said timidly. What? Shen Lingchuan's daughter, the little princess of the Shen family. The 9th elder and the other 2 were stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to go out for half a day and kidnap the little princess of the Shen family. It seemed that the 2 sides were very close. Brother Xian, my idol, I worship you. Yu Fei's face was full of tears. The 9th elder and the other 2 kept nodding. As expected of the young master, his methods are indeed powerful. Hearing this, Shen Jingqiu's face turned red and she seemed very nervous. Lin Xian rolled his eyes at the ninth elder and the other two. Then he turned to Shen Jingqiu and said softly, "Don't worry about them, let's go." Under the night sky, a golden feathered divine eagle quickly flew into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. The people sitting on it were Lin Xian, Shen Jingqiu, and the others. Not long after they left, the news of the immortal tea spread quickly. Soon, all the major forces knew that there was such a miraculous spiritual tea in the world. Not only could it retain one's youth, it could even heal injuries that even kings couldn't. Because this time, Shen Lingchuan showed himself and Shen Jingqiu's transformation was obvious to everyone. So, although everyone was still a little skeptical about the immortal tea, most of them already believed it. So, everyone came to ask about the immortal tea. However, Shen Lingchuan shook his head and said that he didn't know anything. He only said that the immortal tea would be auctioned in 2 months at the Shuiyu Immortal Martial Auction. Everyone had some impression of the Immortal Martial Auction because the purple spiritual pill was auctioned there before. It was a spiritual medicine that could improve one's martial soul. It could be said that it was a sensation for a while. However, after that, the Immortal Martial Auction didn't sell anything special. So, everyone gradually forgot about it. But they didn't expect that the immortal tea would be auctioned again. Instantly, all the major forces sent people to gather information quickly. Even Lin Xian and the others heard the news. So, Lin Xian sent the 10th elder back to the immortal martial auction to take care of the situation. The rest of the people followed Lin Xian to the deity, Sword Villa. The immortal martial auction was very busy now because there were people coming to ask about the immortal tea every day. Because Lin Xian had told them not to leak the news, Wang Li and the others only said that the immortal tea would be auctioned at the auction. This made the countless forces even more curious. Actually, people were like this. The more you didn't say, the more curious they would be. So, more and more people were curious about the immortal tea and planned to come take a look 2 months later. The Immortal Martial Academy was bustling, but the Duan clan was gloomy. During this period of time, the atmosphere in the Duan clan was very heavy. It was as if they would explode at any moment. First, the news of the Skynet organization's failure to assassinate Lin Xian came. Then, they heard that Duan Fei and the others died in the Blue Ice City. This was undoubtedly a huge news. One had to know that Duan Fei was the 5th young master of the Duan clan. However, he was actually killed on the street. This was undoubtedly a provocation to the Duan clan. Young Master Ling Feng was furious when he found out. So, he quickly sent a large number of experts to the Blue Ice Lair to kill Lin Xian. He also asked the Shen clan to cooperate. However, Lin Xian left in the middle of the night. They couldn't find him at all. The Shen clan's attitude also became very strange. It was as if they weren't willing to have too much contact with them. This made young Master Ling Feng abnormally furious. Trash, a bunch of trash! Young Master Ling Feng's face was gloomy. The aura on his body erupted, instantly engulfing the entire hall. So many experts, but they can't even find a 7th firmament venerable brat. What trash! Young Master, you can't blame us. That brat left in the middle of the night. Moreover, he cured the Shen clan's little princess. I guess the Shen clan will help them now. Looks like our information was wrong and underestimated him. Chapter 1264. Humph. He's just a brat. I don't believe he can do much. Lin Zhan and his family have been suppressed by the Duan family. What can a brat like him do? Increase the manpower. We must find that brat. I want him to know the consequences of offending me. Prince Ling Feng looked cold. Then he asked, "What's with the undying tea?" The Immortal Martial Auction and the Shen family are keeping it a secret. We can't get any information from them. As for the other forces, they don't know anything. Prince Ling Feng clenched his fist when he heard his subordinates report. I didn't expect that brat to have such a treasure with him. I was too careless this time. I actually let him get close to Shen Lingchuan. If that's the case, I'm afraid the entire Shen family's attitude will change. When we find him, search his soul and take the undying tea from him. If we fail this mission again, don't come back to see me alive." Prince Lingfeng snorted. His subordinate quickly said, "Don't worry, Prince. We will do it now." The Duan family moved quickly. On the other side, far away, Lin Xian found out about the news through the beast slave seal. He snorted. The Duan family didn't learn their lesson. They still dared to find trouble. It seemed that after the auction was over, he had to deal a heavy blow to the Duan family and extinguish Prince Lingfeng's arrogance. Lin Xian patted the golden-feathered mystical eagle and said, "Speed up!" Instantly, the golden-feathered mystical eagle screeched and flapped its wings. It flew quickly, like a bolt of golden lightning. At this speed, they would reach Deity Sword Villa in 10 days. Deity Sword Villa started to get busy. After all, it was Zhuang Zhu's 1000th birthday. It was an important event for Deity Sword Villa. The martial artists who came out of the Shun family didn't go back. Instead, they turned around and headed to Deity Sword Villa. After all, according to the rules, Deity Sword Villa's birthday banquet wasn't any worse than the Shin family's. It might even be better. After all, Shen Jingqiu was just a little princess of the Shin family. On the other hand, Deity Sword Villa was celebrating the birthday banquet of the clan master. On the way, Lin Xian did not cultivate. Instead, he carefully examined the situation inside Shin Jingqiu's body. Although the burns on her body had healed, Shin Jingqiu's cultivation had fallen behind a lot. Lin Xian wanted to refine some pills to help him increase his cultivation. "Brother Lin Xian, how is it? Can I still cultivate?" Shin Jingqiu asked timidly. "Silly girl, don't worry. Of course you can cultivate. When we reach the Deity Sword Villa, I will refine some elixirs for you to consume first. Don't worry, with me around, I can definitely help you improve your cultivation in a short period of time." "Really? That's great. Qiu can finally cultivate." Shen Jingqiu was very happy. Lin Xian sighed slightly. It seemed that she had suffered too much in the past 3 years. He didn't expect that even cultivation had become a luxury. "Don't worry. I will definitely help you recover completely." Lin Xian swore in his heart. In fact, it wasn't difficult to help Shin Jingqiu improve her cultivation. This was because Lin Xian had hundreds of elixirs that could increase cultivation. However, he was worried about the power of the bloodline and Shin Jingqiu's inner demons. As the little princess of the Shun family, Shen Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing had the same bloodline. However, something went wrong during the awakening of the bloodline, which led to the incident 3 years ago. Now that Shen Jingqiu had fully recovered, the power of her bloodline would be awakened again. When that happened, she would have to face the same situation as 3 years ago. However, Shen Jingqiu was probably traumatized now. She must be very afraid of the power of her bloodline. If things went wrong, the tragedy would happen again. This was what Lin Xian was most worried about. Power of the bloodline? Let me look for it. Lin Xian started to flip through the pill formulas left behind by King Danyu and Wine Lord. After half an incense's time, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Found it. Heavenly Treasure Spirit Protection Pill. A type of pill that specifically targeted the power of the bloodline. With it, Shen Jingqiu would be extremely safe when she awakened the power of her bloodline. It would protect her from any backlash. However, this pill alone wasn't enough. Shen Jingqiu was very afraid of the power of her bloodline. If she didn't get rid of this fear, she wouldn't be able to awaken the power of her bloodline. It seemed like it wasn't easy to get rid of the inner demons in Shen Jingqiu's heart. At least, the pill alone wouldn't be able to cure it. It seemed like he had to use illusions to let her experience it and overcome it herself. This process wasn't simple and couldn't be carried out in the deity Sword Mountain manner. Hence, He could only wait for the matter here to end and return to the Immortal Martial Academy. After finding a solution, things were much easier. Hence, Lin Xian started to chat with Shen Jingqiu. Brother Lin Xian, can you tell me about your experience? Qiu wants to know. All right. Lin Xian rubbed Shen Jingqiu's head. Then he said gently, then I'll start from when I left the Xia country. Hence, in the following days, Lin Xian started to talk about his experience. His experience could be said to be full of twists and turns. It was very shocking, not to mention Shen Jingqiu. Even the ninth elder was shocked when he heard it. This was because he didn't expect someone to be able to go through so many dangers and come out unscathed. Lin Xian was probably the only one capable of such a feat in such a dangerous story. Lin Xian and the rest passed through the boring flight and finally arrived at the deity Sword Mountain Manor. After knowing that the young master of the Ares Palace was coming, the deity Sword Mountain Manor sent out the highest standards to welcome him. However, when they saw who it was, many disciples and even the elders were stunned. Lin Xian, why are you here? Many of them had been to the remote sky secret realm before. Hence, they recognized Lin Xian. When they saw Lin Xian, they were all stunned. Could it be that you are the young master of the Ares Palace? After hearing this news, everyone gasped. Initially, they thought that Lin Xian was just an ordinary disciple of the Immortal Martial Academy. However, they didn't expect him to be the young master of the Ares Palace. This change in status was worlds apart. Luckily, they didn't go against him back then. This was what everyone in the deity Sword Mountain Manor thought. At the same time, they heaved a sigh of relief. Young Master Lin, please come in. A group of elders respectfully welcomed Lin Xian and the others in, and provided them with the best pavilions and palaces. There were still more than 10 days before the actual birthday banquet began. Hence, Lin Xian didn't go out. Instead, he went into seclusion to refine some elixirs for Shen Jingqiu. Currently, Shen Jingqiu's cultivation was only at the spirit transformation realm. It could be said that it was very low. However, Lin Xian wasn't worried. This was because Shen Jingqiu was the same as the dark red divine dragon. She only lost her cultivation realm. As long as she had enough energy, she could quickly recover. As expected, in these 10 days, Shen Jingqiu consumed the elixirs refined by Lin Xian. Her cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, and she directly broke through to the honorable realm. Chapter 1265. This kind of speed of improvement was unheard of. Young master, how did you do it? Isn't this too magical? The ninth elder was extremely shocked and couldn't believe it. I'm afraid even a 9th grade alchemist wouldn't be able to do this. Perhaps only the legendary Saint Elixir has this kind of effect. Indeed, ordinary spirit pills couldn't achieve this kind of effect. Only the legendary Saint Elixir could. However, Shen Jingqiu's situation was a bit special. Firstly, her cultivation level had only dropped, so it was easier for her to recover. Secondly, the secret was in Lin Xian's pills. Lin Xian didn't use ordinary medicinal herbs to refine these pills. Instead, he used spiritual herbs obtained from the remote sky secret realm. They were at least a few thousand years old. The effect of these medicinal herbs far exceeded that of the outside world. That was why these pills had such terrifying power. Perhaps in the entire Tianwu continent, only Lin Xian dared to use so many thousand-years-old spiritual herbs to refine. Other alchemists probably didn't have the financial resources to do so. Even if they did, they wouldn't be willing to refine it. That was why Lin Xian was able to achieve such a terrifying speed of improvement. Shen Jingqiu felt the energy in her body and was very excited. She didn't expect that in just a few days, her cultivation level would rise to the venerable realm. Although it was only the first heaven of the venerable realm, it was still very shocking. Brother Lin Xian, you're so nice. The little girl looked at Lin Xian with a gentle face. Lin Xian rubbed her head. All right, go and cultivate by yourself. It was not enough to just increase her cultivation level. Shen Jingqiu needed to consolidate the energy herself. Therefore, the little girl nodded and obediently went to cultivate. Lin Xian, on the other hand, stretched lazily and walked out of the alchemy room. He had been refining pills for the past few days and was indeed a little tired. It was just right to take advantage of the time when the little girl was cultivating to relax. It had to be said that the pavilion provided by the Deity Sword Villa was indeed not bad. The furniture and decorations inside were all made of trees that were more than 1,000 years old. There was also a huge spirit gathering array below. It made the entire pavilion abnormally rich in spirit qi. Not only that, even the ordinary wine and fruits were some extremely precious spirit wine and spirit fruits. Opening the window, Lin Xian was lying on a reclining chair made of 1,000-year-old flame wood. He was holding a cup of top-grade spirit wine and slowly sipping it. The sunlight shone on his body, making him feel exceptionally warm. This feeling was indescribably comfortable. At this moment, the door opened and Yu Fei quickly walked in. Older brother Xian, people from the Xinqing sect request an audience. Xinqing clan? What are they doing here? Lin Xian asked. Didn't you save the people of the Xinqing clan in the Blue Ice City? This time, the big man brought the people of his clan to thank you. So that's how it is. Come, accompany me to take a look. Lin Xian stood up from the 1,000-year blazing wood recliner and casually placed the top-grade spirit wine on the table. Finally, he raised his hand and set up a small array to protect Shen Jingqiu. Then he went out with Yu Fei. This pavilion had a total of 3 floors. Previously, Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu had been cultivating on the 3rd floor. Now, they were heading to the hall on the 1st floor. In the hall, there were indeed people from the Xinqing sect. Not only was there the big man from the Blue Ice City, but there were also 2 middle-aged men. The 2 men's auras were not weak at all. They had also reached the 8th sky of the Venerable Realm. They were even stronger than the big man from before. It seemed that the 3 of them were all experts of the Xinqing sect. At this moment, when they saw Lin Xian walking over, they immediately stood up. The big man among them even said respectfully, "Young Master Lin, you're here. Have a seat. Don't be so polite." Lin Xian waved his hand and then sat on the main seat. Then he ordered Yu Fei, serve the 3 of them spiritual tea. Not long after, 4 beautiful maids quickly walked in from outside. Each of them held a cup of top-grade tea in their hands. Although the spiritual tea was not as good as the immortal tea in Lin Xian's hands, it was already very good in the outside world. Lin Xian picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then he asked calmly, "Why have the 3 of you called me here? Don't tell me you're just here to thank me." "Young Master Lin, let me introduce you." The big man from the Xinqing sect stood up and pointed at the 2 people beside him. He said, "These are my 2 senior brothers. The 3 of us are from the Xinqing 13 Guardians. I'm the 9th brother. This is my 7th and 5th brother. Young Master, you can call us Xinjiu, Xinwu, and Xinqi. The 3 of us are here to discuss something with you." "Oh, what is it?" "The Duan family has gone too far. We also know about the situation of the Palace of Gods of War. So, we're willing to join your side and become your ally." "Oh, you're willing to ally with me?" Lin Xian's eyes lit up. If that was really the case, it would be great. "Don't worry. As friends of the Palace of Gods of War, I, Lin Xian, will not mistreat you. Thank you, young Master Lin." After hearing that, the 3 of them thanked him in advance. Young Master, there's one more thing," the 3 big men said hesitantly. "What is it?" Seeing that the 3 of them were a little embarrassed, Lin Xian asked with a smile. Xin Jiu scratched his head. "It's like this. We also know about the immortal tea. Also, we know that the auction is under your name. I wonder if young Master can give the 3 of us an invitation. Otherwise, we won't even be able to get in. Indeed, although the Xinqing sect was a sixth-rank sect. The effect of the immortal tea was too shocking. If too many people went and they couldn't get their hands on it, or if the auction was booked by a king family, they would have no chance at the immortal tea. Oh, I see. That's easy. Yu Fei, give the three of them an invitation. Immediately, Yu Fei walked down the stage and took out a golden invitation from his storage ring. Thank you, young master. The three of them took the invitation and beamed with joy. Next, the three of them chatted with Lin Xian about some cooperation. Then they left. Not long after Xinjiu and the other two left, Elder Jiu came. As soon as he came in, he asked, Young master, has the Xinqing sect joined the alliance? Yes, indeed. Lin Xian nodded. That's great. The Xinqing sect used to be neutral and didn't help anyone. I didn't expect them to stand on our side this time. It's nothing. Speaking of which, the Duan family is too arrogant. They really think they're invincible and don't care about anyone. Just wait and see. They'll be in trouble. Lin Xian sneered. Indeed, they were getting stronger and stronger. As for the King family, although the Morong family and the Shen family didn't fully support them, they had Morong Qingqing and Shenling Chuan. At least they would support him. Also, the Celestial Martial Arts Academy was his solid backing. Moreover, there was the addition of a sixth-rank sect, the Xinqing sect. It wouldn't be long before the deity Sword Villa also stood on their side. Moreover, this was just the beginning. Lin Xian believed that when old-time tea and the longevity pill were released, the other families and forces who were watching would definitely rush over. Chapter 1266. Young Master, can the longevity elixir really increase one's lifespan by 30 years? Even an old man like me is tempted. Elder Jiu was doubtful. Indeed, he had never heard of an elixir that could increase one's lifespan. However, since the young master could take out the everlasting old tea, the effects of the longevity elixir should be real. He had drunk the everlasting old tea before, and the effects had shocked him. He was afraid that even the best spiritual medicine could not achieve such an effect. He had no doubt that if a person consumed the everlasting old tea for a long time, he would definitely have a strong body. Finally, it was time for the deity Sword Villa's birthday banquet to begin. The scale of the banquet this time was even bigger than Shen Jingqiu's banquet. At the back mountain of deity Sword Villa, there was a bamboo hut. A middle-aged man stood outside the bamboo hut. The middle-aged man had a white face and no beard. He had an imposing appearance, and he had a sharp sword essence and the aura of a superior. It seemed that he was not only an expert in the way of the sword, but he was also an expert who held great power and had been in a high position for a long time. Uncle Master, the banquet is about to start. Are you really not going? This time, all the superpowers and king families are here. There might be some rare treasures at the banquet. When that time comes, it might be able to extend your lifespan. I am not going. I don't have much time left. I think I only have 1 month left. An old voice came from inside the hut. Uncle Master, how can that be? You are the honorable sword. You are the glory of deity, Sword Villa. You will not fall so easily. It turned out that the person in the hut was the honorable sword. However, the surprising thing was that the voice was too old, and it had a strong aura of death. It did not sound like the honorable sword from a few months ago in Hidden Heaven's secret land. I am old. I can't take it anymore. Remember, you are the Zhuang Zhu of deity, Sword Villa. You are the future pillar of deity, Sword Villa. As for me, I will become history. I will only exist in people's memories. It turned out that the middle-aged man was the Zhuang Zhu of deity Sword Villa. No wonder he had such an aura. At that moment, Xia Zhuang Zhu heard what the honorable sword had said and sighed deeply. He knew that the honorable sword was right. He probably only had 1 month left to live. Who would have thought that the sword venerable, who once shook the sky martial continent, would end up in such a desolate state? However, there was nothing he could do. Forget about him Even a king-level figure wouldn't be able to do anything, because this was a natural aging process, a heavenly Tao that couldn't be defied at all. No one could escape the cycle of life and death. Thinking of this, he sighed again. His body moved, turned into a sword light, and left the back of the mountain. Only the upper echelons of Xinjian Villa knew that Sword Venerable did not have much lifespan left. Therefore, although the atmosphere of the birthday banquet was lively, the upper echelons were extremely worried. However, none of the guests knew about this. This time there was an extremely powerful force among the incoming forces. This was because it was not a single force, but an alliance of several different forces. This was the Duan family. This time, the Duan clan had sent out their third young master. At the same time, they had brought along a large number of elders and guards for protection. They were afraid that the same thing that happened in Blue Ice City would happen again. Not only that, but the Duan clan did not come alone this time. They came together with a young master of the Shin clan and 5 rank 6X. The Shen clan used to have a good relationship with the Duan clan. Although Shen Lingchuan's branch was supporting Lin Xian now, the Shen clan was too big. Shen Lingchuan's branch was not the only core, so there were other core forces supporting the Duan clan. For example, the young man in front of them was called Xin He. He was a core disciple of the Shen clan. His branch was also a direct disciple, and he did not have a good relationship with Shen Lingchuan. Therefore, when Shen Lingchuan stood on Lin Xian's side, his branch directly stood on the Duan clan side. In addition, there were several successors of rank 6X. They were the most outstanding geniuses of the younger generation. Brother Duan, is it really necessary to use such a big force to deal with a young boy? A young man looked disdainful. His name was Wei Wufeng. He came from Jindao sect, a rank 6 sect. He was also the chief disciple of Jindao sect. His status was not much weaker than Duan Li's. Brother Wei, don't underestimate this person. My 5th brother was killed by him in Blue Ice City. Brother Duan, you worry too much. Although your 5th brother was killed, it should be done by the elder beside him. With that boy's strength, it's absolutely impossible. What we need to guard against is only the elder beside him. As for that boy, leave him to me. I can deal with him with 1 slash. Wei Wufeng was very arrogant and showed off his ability. Jindao sect was a famous existence in the Tianwu continent. It was even as famous as deity Sword Villa. Moreover, as a bladesman, he had a domineering aura. Wei Wufeng had also cultivated Jindao sect's secret technique, the sky-dominating golden saber art. He had an extremely arrogant aura. Therefore, he did not take Lin Xian seriously at all. Duan Li nodded slightly when he heard Wei Wufeng's words. He had not seen Lin Xian's strength with his own eyes. What happened before was just a rumor. It was inevitable that it was exaggerated. Moreover, he knew the strength of the young man in front of him. He had once killed an 8th level venerable with 1 slash. He could be said to be extremely powerful. When the time came, there was no need for him to show up. He could just let Wei Wufeng deal with Lin Xian. Even if there was danger, it would be Wei Wufeng who would be in danger. It would definitely not affect him. Thinking of this, Duan Li smiled and said, "That's true. The rumor was exaggerated. He's just a boy. How can he be compared to Brother Wei? By the way, have you heard? It's said that deity Sword Villa's Sword Venerable is dying. I estimate that he only has 1 month left." Another young man sighed. I didn't expect that the Sword Venerable who shook the continent would be so miserable now. Many people sighed. Duan Li also nodded slightly. He had also received the news. Therefore, his main purpose this time was to rope in Zhuang, Zhu of deity Sword Villa. Because deity Sword Villa's Sword Venerable was dying, and the most powerful person now was Zhuang Zhu. Moreover, the opponent was Nagato. Therefore, as long as Xia Zhuang Zhu was on their side, the entire deity Sword Villa would fight with the Duan family. With the support of deity Sword Villa, the Duan family's power would be even stronger. Thinking of this, Duan Li sneered proudly. However, his laughter soon stopped. His face became extremely gloomy because he saw a figure, Lin Xian. He had not expected him to finally come out. The few young sky prides beside him also turned their heads to look. Among them, Wei Wufeng's eyes were shining with a shocking light. Chapter 1267. The old man behind him should be the elder of the palace of gods of war. He's actually a ninth heaven's supremacy. No wonder that brat is so arrogant. He has a ninth heaven's supremacy protecting him. Everyone sneered. It seemed like the incident in Blue Ice City was just a legend. The one who did it must be the ninth heaven's supremacy. Duan Li's expression darkened. He was just a piece of trash. How could he deserve the title of young master of the palace of gods of war? The palace of gods of war belonged to the Duan clan. Lin Xian naturally sensed the hostility from the crowd and frowned slightly at once. Brother Xian, it's those people from the Duan clan again. They even joined forces with many rank 6X. One of them is the young master of the Xin clan. Yu Fei said. Xin clan? Seeing Lin Xian's confusion, Yu Fei explained. The Shen clan is very powerful. It's not just Shen Lingchuan's bloodline. It's normal for other Shen clan cultivators to work with the Duan clan. Lin Xian nodded. He wasn't surprised. Wasn't the Palace of Gods of War also divided into two factions? The bigger the clan, the more intense the internal conflict. The Shen clan was no exception. It was just that the Shen clan had a king realm cultivator to suppress them. It's the Shen clan again. Lin Xian furrowed his brows and said, coldly ignoring them, Yes. Yu Fei followed behind Lin Xian and stopped paying attention. The ninth elder also snorted. However, the Duan clan didn't plan to let Lin Xian go. A group of people walked over. Soon, Duan Li, Wei Wufeng, and the others blocked the path. Get lost. A good dog doesn't block the way, Lin Xian said coldly. He didn't want to fight with them at the deity Sword Villa's birthday banquet. However, Duan Li and the others were extremely arrogant and didn't move aside. At this moment, the young master of the Shen clan, Shen He, stared at Shen Jingqiu and said, Hey, isn't this Sister Jingqiu? Why are you here? Why didn't you greet me when you saw me? Shen Jingqiu hadn't interacted with outsiders for 3 years, so she didn't know how to answer. However, Shen He continued, Oh, right. I heard that you recently took in a servant called Lin Xian or something. Is he here yet? Hearing this, the hearts of the surrounding people pounded wildly. Many of them even retreated quickly. Who was Lin Xian? That was the young master of the Palace of Ares. He was a young prodigy who had recently been in the limelight. However, at this moment, he was being called a servant. This was definitely looking for trouble. However, Shen He was indeed qualified because he was also a disciple of a king clan. Therefore, they didn't dare to say anything about the battle between the young masters of 2 king clans. She only hoped that the fish in the moat would not be implicated. When the people behind Shen He heard this, they laughed maniacally. They were here to see Lin Xian make a fool of himself. Lin Xian's face darkened. Beside him, Yu Fei and the ninth elder were also furious. This was especially true for the ninth elder, who was emitting an extremely powerful aura. No one could insult Lin Xian, even if the other party was from the Shen family. On the opposite side, Shen He's cousin, Xin Yuan, also sneered, That's right, Sister Jingqiu. Where is that servant, Lin Xian? Why don't you bring him out for us to meet? Nonsense. Brother Lin Xian is not a servant. He's my friend. Shen Jingqiu finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Her body trembled as she shouted with all her might. However, this delicate voice was mercilessly drowned out by the maniacal laughter of the crowd. In the end, the little girl was so anxious that she was about to cry. Ninth elder, break their legs and throw them out. Lin Xian's face darkened as he gave the order. The ninth elder stood out and was about to make a move. However, a few guardian elders from the Xin family also came out and confronted the ninth elder. Haha, Elder Moyin, there's no need to be angry. They're just juniors. Let them settle it themselves. Although the guardian elders' auras weren't as strong as the ninth elders, they could still contend against the ninth elder if they joined forces. Thus, the ninth elder was restrained for a moment. Looks like you want me to do it myself. An icy intent appeared on Lin Xian's body. I'll fight you. Let me see what kind of ability you have as a young master. Or is your reputation undeserved? Wei Wufeng took a step forward and grasped the golden saber at his waist. Instantly, a violent saber intent condensed on his body, as if a peerless saber had been unsheathed, causing people's hearts to tremble. Oh no! It's the chief disciple of the Jindao faction, someone exclaimed in a trembling voice. What? You're talking about Wei Wufeng. Legend has it that he killed an 8th heaven venerable with a single saber strike. It can't be, right? Such a powerful prodigy actually pledged allegiance to the Duan clan? Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Meanwhile, Shen He and Xin Yuan sneered. If you want to fight us, you'll have to go through Brother Wei first. Ha 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 ha. They weren't worried at all because they knew Wei Wufeng's strength very well. Lin Xian was probably no match for him at all. Duan Li didn't say anything, but a sinister smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. This scene was exactly what he wanted. He wanted to see what means Lin Xian had to contend with them in front of so many people. At the same time, he also wanted to let everyone know who the real owner of the Palace of Gods of War was. Lin Xian looked at the young man holding the golden saber and instantly frowned. Who do you think you are to fight with me? Scram! Lin Xian berated. What? He dares to berate Wei Wufeng? I'm afraid this is going to be troublesome. The surrounding cultivators were terrified, and they even distanced themselves from Lin Xian. Meanwhile, Shen He and Xin He laughed arrogantly. Ha 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 ha, he dares to insult Wei Wufeng. This time he's dead for sure. Sure enough, after hearing Lin Xian's berating, Wei Wufeng's hair stood on end, and a boundless violent aura surged from his body. In the next moment, he suddenly pulled out the golden saber at his waist and slashed fiercely at Lin Xian. Go to hell, brat. This slash was as fast as lightning and extremely fierce. However, Lin Xian's speed was even faster. The moment he pulled out the long saber, he disappeared on the spot. In a flash, he appeared in front of Shen He and Xin He. His palms were like dragons, and he quickly reached out. What? This was impossible. The saber missed. Wei Wufeng was shocked, but Xin He and Shen Yuan behind him screamed. This was because they realized that Lin Xian had already attacked them. You dare to attack me? Scram! The two brothers were shocked, and at the same time they were furious. They quickly punched forward. Lin Xian was powerful, but the two brothers were not to be trifled with. Both of them were at the 8th heaven. At this moment, they were absolutely confident that they could kill Lin Xian if they joined forces. However, they soon realized how ignorant they were. That was because their attacks were instantly disintegrated in front of Lin Xian. Not only that, but an extremely powerful force came from Lin Xian's palms and bombarded their arms, instantly breaking their arms. Crack, crack. 2 bone-cracking sounds were heard, and Xin He and Xin He immediately screamed. What? The Shen brothers' arms were broken. How is this possible? It was only now that these people reacted. Chapter 1268. The few elders of the Shin family were also shocked. Their figures flashed, and they wanted to attack. However, the 9th elder was like an ancient mountain, standing in front of them. Who was the one who said that we should let the younger generation solve their own problems? Why? You can't take it anymore. The 9th elder sneered. He was not worried about this from the beginning, because he knew that Lin Xian's strength was definitely beyond everyone's imagination. As expected, the 2 brothers from the Shin family were in big trouble. Kid, how dare you hurt me? You're dead. I'm going to tear you into pieces. If you offend us, you won't be able to live on this continent. Shin, he and Xin Yuan roared ferociously. Humph, you're still so stubborn even when you're about to die, Lin Xian snorted. Who are you calling a servant? Kneel down. Lin Xian stretched out his palms, forming two terrifying palms that grabbed at Shen, he, and Xin Yuan. In the next moment, the terrifying force caused the two of them to kneel on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Xian waved his arms, controlling the huge palms of light, causing the two brothers to kneel on the ground and kowtow continuously. Every kowtow was extremely forceful, creating a deep pit in the ground. Terrifying cracks spread under everyone's feet. Looking at this scene, everyone was stunned. Although they had heard of Lin Xian's strength, they had never seen it before. Now they finally saw it with their own eyes. Not only was he powerful, he was simply too powerful. Moreover, he was extremely arrogant, causing the two young masters of the Xin family to kneel and kowtow. Perhaps only Lin Xian would dare to do such a thing. The two young masters of the Xin family were pressed to the ground and kowtowed, making banging sounds. Soon, the two of them were bleeding from their heads, and the ground was destroyed beyond recognition. However, Lin Xian still had no intention of stopping. Kid, you're courting death. The elders of the Shen family, finally, could not take it anymore. Even with the ninth elder stopping them, they charged at Lin Xian crazily. With the help of the elders from the Duan family and other sixth-rank sects, two elders from the Xin family finally broke through the ninth elder's line of defense and rushed towards Lin Xian. Little thief, how dare you insult my Xin clan? Die! The two of them were like wolves and tigers. Their expressions were abnormally ferocious. Terrifying auras swept out in all directions like two peerless, ferocious beasts. Lin Xian coldly snorted, You too, kneel down as well. After he finished speaking, two large hands appeared in front of him. Like coiling dragons, they viciously grabbed forward. In the next moment, two powerful 8th-level venerables, the elders of the Shen family, appeared. Like a weak little lamb, it was caught by two big hands, unable to resist at all. Plop! Bam, bam, bam. The two Shen family elders were pressed to the ground by Lin Xian and quickly kowtowed. The scene was too spectacular. Two young masters of the Xin family and two elders of the Xin family lined up in a row, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing nonstop. Fresh blood dyed the ground red, and the entire ground was smashed with countless cracks. The four of them were so angry that their lungs were about to explode, but they were unable to shake off the four large light palms above their heads. Everyone in the surroundings gasped and looked at Lin Xian in horror. Horrifying, too horrifying. Even the young masters and elders of the sovereign family were not spared. This Lin Xian was simply unscrupulous and arrogant to the extreme. It seemed that unless there was no other choice, they absolutely could not become enemies with him. This was what almost everyone thought. Even the chief disciples of the 6th-rank sects beside Duan Li were horrified. Duan Li's face was even more gloomy, but he was ecstatic. Lin Xian's actions were even more serious than killing those people from the Xin family. This was completely humiliating them and slapping the Shen family's face. From this moment on, Shen He's line would completely fall out with Lin Xian. This was undoubtedly a great thing for their Duan family. Not only that, but he also wanted to add fuel to the fire and continue to blow things up. Therefore, he quickly stood out and reprimanded Lin Xian loudly. They were the young masters and elders of the Shen family, and you actually dared to humiliate them like this. Do you want to start a war with the Shen family? At this moment, the four people kneeling on the ground gritted their teeth and roared, Kill us if you can, or you're dead meat. I'll return today's grudge 100-fold in the future. Brat, I won't let you off. The four of them seemed to have gone crazy, as if they would not rest until one of them was dead. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes darkened, and a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Lin Xian cultivated the blood sword legacy, so the killing intent on his body was much stronger than ordinary people. Therefore, when the killing intent appeared, the temperature of the entire space dropped rapidly. Everyone trembled, and their eyes were filled with fear. The 4 people kneeling on the ground were even more shocked. They did not doubt that if they dared to be presumptuous again, Lin Xian would really kill them. Stop! At this moment, a furious roar was heard. Then a dignified middle-aged man walked over quickly with the disciples of the deity Swordvilla. When he saw the scene before him, his eyelids twitched violently. However, he calmed himself down and said coldly, "Today is a joyous day for the deity Swordvilla. Don't you think you've gone overboard by fighting here? Protector Ding, you've come at the right time. This brat is too despicable to fight in the deity Swordvilla. I think we should capture the troublemakers and throw them all out," Duan Li said sinisterly. The 4 people kneeling on the ground screamed crazily, "Protector Ding, save us!" Protector Ding looked at the 4 people on the ground, took a deep breath, and looked at Lin Xian. "Young Master Lin, let's stop and let them go. No matter what, I'm the young master of the Palace of Ares, and I represent the Palace of Ares. However, these 4 people dared to insult me. They're not just insulting me, they're insulting the entire Palace of Ares. How can I let them go so easily? Or do you think that the Palace of Ares is a pushover?" Lin Xian looked at Protector Ding and did not back down. As soon as he came up, he could tell that Protector Ding was exchanging glances with Duan Li and the rest. He must have been bribed. Humph! The deity Swordvilla is not a place where you can behave atrociously, even if you're the young master of the Palace of Ares. I'll give you one last chance. Let them go. Otherwise, don't blame the deity Swordvilla for being impolite. Protector Ding's face darkened and a dangerous aura surged from his body. It seemed that if Lin Xian continued to oppose him, he would really take action. Seeing Lin Xian's tough attitude, the surrounding people's eyelids twitched violently. Lin Xian was too arrogant. He even dared to go against the deity Swordvilla. One should know that this was the lair of the deity Swordvilla. There were countless sword experts. Even if Lin Xian was the young master of the Palace of Ares, he would not be at an advantage if they were to fight. When Duan Li saw this, he smiled sinisterly. It seemed that Lin Xian was more impulsive than he had imagined. He dared to openly defy the deity Swordvilla. This was the best outcome for him. It would be best if both parties could fight and he could reap the benefits. Chapter 1269. Lin Xian, stop it now. You're too arrogant. You're not protecting the Palace of Ares' reputation. You're embarrassing it. I think you're not fit to be the young master of the Palace of Ares. Get lost if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, you'll be thrown out by the deity Sword Manor. Lin Xian's eyes turned cold when he heard the voice. Duan Li had been jumping up and down to provoke him previously. Now, he still dared to stir up trouble. Did he really think he was so easy to bully? With a cold snort, Lin Xian's lightning martial soul rushed out of his body and charged forward. The lightning martial soul was purplish-white and extremely mysterious. It had an unusually violent power and was extremely fast. It arrived in front of Duan Li in the blink of an eye. The lightning martial soul raised its hand and slapped Duan Li's face. What? Duan Li was scared silly. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He couldn't believe that Lin Xian still had the strength to attack while suppressing 4 eighth heaven supremacies. Suppressing 4 eighth heaven supremacies wasn't an easy task. Probably only a 9th heaven supremacies could do it easily. However, Lin Xian did it with a 7th heaven supremacies cultivation. This was shocking. However, everyone thought that Lin Xian must have used all of his strength to do this, and had no strength left at all. Who would have thought that Lin Xian would soon let them know what ignorance was? Facing Duan Li's clamor, Lin Xian easily sent him flying. Duan Li was also an 8th heaven supremacies. Moreover, he was extremely powerful. However, he couldn't even block a single move from Lin Xian. This meant that Lin Xian's strength was definitely beyond everyone's imagination. Controlling 4 8th heaven supremacies didn't take much effort at all. Young master. The Duan family elder reacted and immediately pounced on Duanli. Half of his face was completely smashed and blood splattered everywhere. If Lin Xian hadn't held back, that palm strike would have even crushed his head. You're courting death. How dare you injure my young master? I'll kill you. The few elders of the Duan clan also had crazed expressions as they glared fiercely at Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian did not care at all. He said coldly, "If you don't want to kneel in front of me like the 4 from the Shin family, I advise you not to make a move." You. Hearing Lin Xian's threat, the Duan clan's elder trembled with anger. However, no one dared to make a move because they couldn't see through Lin Xian's strength. If they acted rashly, they might have to kneel down and kowtow in front of everyone. That would be worse than death. Therefore, those Duan clan elders didn't dare to act rashly. Seeing that his words had scared off all the Duan clan's elders, the surrounding people were shocked. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it even if they were beaten to death. Behind them, Protector Ding's expression was extremely ugly. He had brought people to warn Lin Xian to stop, but the other party didn't listen at all. Not only did they not release the Shen family, they even crippled Duan Lily in front of him. He didn't put him in his eyes at all. Kid, I admit that you're very strong, but this is the deity Sword Villa after all, so I advise you to stop. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Impolite? How can you be impolite? Lin Xian sneered. Can you represent the entire deity Sword Villa to start a war with the Palace of Gods of War? Or do you think you can beat me? You. Protector Ding was speechless and trembled with anger. He couldn't do either of the two things that Lin Xian said because he wasn't Zhuangzhu at all, so he couldn't represent the entire deity Sword Villa. Moreover, although he was stronger than Duan Li and the others, he was only an 8th level supremacy and hadn't broken through to the 9th level. Therefore, he really didn't have any confidence in fighting against Lin Xian. Since you can't make the decision, don't embarrass yourself here. Go back and let someone who can make the decision come. Lin Xian was furious. Originally, he wanted to give a big gift to the sword supremacy of the deity Sword Villa, but he didn't expect to be suppressed by the deity Sword Villa before he even gave the gift. How could he be happy? Even if he wanted to cooperate with the deity Sword Villa, he had to let the deity Sword Villa know about his strength before that. Young Master Lin, give me some face and stop now. Right at this moment, another aged voice resounded. Although this voice was old, it was surging with boundless energy. There was even the pressure of the 9th level. Greetings, Great Elder! When Protector Ding and the others heard this voice, they immediately bowed to the void. Great Elder? Could it be the Great Elder of the deity Sword Villa? Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the Great Elder to be alarmed. Lin Xian also stopped what he was doing and stopped the 4 from the Shin family in front of him from kowtowing. His eyes flickered as he looked at the void and said loudly, I'm here to celebrate Zhuang Zhu's birthday. I'm not here to cause trouble. It's just that some flies are too annoying. They keep jumping around in front of me. You can't blame me for this. It's our fault. We didn't treat you well. I hope young Master Lin can forgive us. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. I can stop, but what I said before has to be effective. What did you say? Protector Ding asked subconsciously. Break their legs and throw them out of the deity, Sword Villa. What? Hearing this, everyone's eyelids twitched. They didn't expect Lin Xian to refuse to let go even when the Great Elder of the deity, Sword Villa, stepped in. The 4 from the Shen family, who were kneeling on the ground, had a drastic change in expression. Their eyes were filled with despair. If they were really thrown out today, they would become the laughingstock of the entire Tianwu continent tomorrow. In the void, the Great Elder didn't say anything. However, Everyone could clearly feel that the atmosphere in the entire space was tense. The Great Elder must be angry too. Finally, the Great Elder's voice rang out. "Are you sure you want to do this?" "Of course, I always mean what I say," Lin Xian said proudly. Then, without waiting for the Great Elder's response, he attacked with lightning speed and quickly broke the legs of the 4 from the Shin family. Then he kicked them into the sky, one by one. The 4 of them screamed and turned into shooting stars, disappearing into the sky. Everyone's mind went blank. Their heads were about to explode. They didn't expect Lin Xian to really dare to do this. This was completely a slap to the Shen family's face. They were afraid that both sides would fight to the death. However, Lin Xian didn't care at all. He turned around and walked towards the back. Behind him, Wei Wufeng saw Lin Xian walking towards him. His body trembled. A look of fear appeared in his eyes, and he subconsciously retreated to the side. Lin Xian didn't even look at him. Instead, he returned to Shinjingqiu and led the few of them to the VIP seats. He sat down boldly. Wei Wufeng's face was extremely ugly. Previously, he was extremely arrogant and claimed that he wanted to kill Lin Xian with one slash. But now, it seemed that he didn't even have the courage to face Lin Xian. It was really sad. Chapter 1270. The Great Elder was stunned. He had not expected Lin Xian to be so ruthless. After a long while, he spoke again. "Great, great, great. You are indeed a supreme talent in the limelight. I am impressed by young Master Lin's methods. Old man, don't be upset. Even if the Shun family is looking for trouble, they won't look for Deity Sword Villa. Moreover, I am here to give Deity Sword Villa a big gift." Lin Xian said casually to the void. "Big gift? What gift?" The Great Elder was not the only one who was confused. Everyone was confused. However, Lin Xian smiled mysteriously and said, "What gift? You will find out later." Everyone was unhappy with the way Su and Mo kept them in suspense. However, no one dared to say anything. The Duan family snorted coldly. Duan gritted his teeth as he stared at Lin Xian's back view. His body was trembling. Now he had already consumed a spirit medicine, and half of his smashed face had recovered. However, he would never recover from the humiliation unless he killed Su Mo with his own hands. The Great Elder could not think of anything that Lin Xian could give. However, he said in the end, "Deity Sword Villa will wait for young Master Lin's gift." Su Mo's attack was swift and violent. Previously, he was too proud and left the protection of the Duan family's elders. The Duan family's elders and the people from Deity Sword Villa did not expect Lin Xian to make a move. Therefore, they were not prepared. Slap! The violent lightning palm hit Duan Li's face and sent him flying. The palm hit was merciless. Half of Duan Li's face was smashed. His body spun 18 times in the air before he fell to the ground with a thud. Everyone was stunned. They could not believe what had happened. Soon, the people from Deity Sword Villa stepped forward and suppressed the matter. Although the matter had ended, everyone could not calm down for a long time. Lin Xian was too powerful. It was beyond everyone's expectations. Those who wanted to work with the Duan family in the future would have to discuss whether they were qualified to offend Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't care about the comments of the crowd. He wanted to be domineering and let everyone know how powerful he was, because only in this way could he ruthlessly strike down the Duan clan's arrogance. Otherwise, his side was incomparably weak, and he was afraid that no forces would be willing to cooperate with them. Moreover, the 4 people from the Shin clan that he had beaten up previously were not a big deal because he knew that those people were enemies of Shen Lingchuan's bloodline. Even if he killed those people, his relationship with Shen Lingchuan's bloodline would not change. It was precisely because he knew this that Lin Xian had acted so fiercely. Not long after, the Deity Sword Villa's banquet began. Xiazhuang Zhu was like a sword god as he went to the main seat. He had also heard about what had just happened, but there was no displeasure on his face at the moment. Good wine, good food. Singing and dancing followed one after another. The atmosphere in the deity's sword villa was unusually lively. Everyone seemed to have forgotten what had just happened. However, the Duan clan was gnashing their teeth with ferocious expressions. "Damn it! How dare he hit me! I won't let him off!" Duan Li roared in a low voice. He swore that he would definitely kill the other party. "Don't worry, young master. I've already made arrangements. Now it's not just us, the Shin clan has also organized people. We'll definitely be able to kill him on the way back. Not to mention him, even the 9th elder beside him won't be able to escape this time. Let him be arrogant for a while more. When the time comes, I'll let him know how powerful I am." Hearing the elder's reply, Duan Li revealed a ferocious smile. This time, he would definitely kill the other party. However, before that, he still had one more thing to do, and that was to rope in the deity's sword villa. What's the point of just drinking? Xia Zhuang Zhu, I've brought you a few good treasures this time. Duan Li found an opportunity to stand up and say in a clear voice, "Young Master Duan, you're too polite. Since you're here, there's no need to bring gifts." Xia Zhuang Zhu said with a chuckle. The surrounding warriors' hearts skipped a beat when they heard that. They knew that the Duan clan was about to make a move. This was because when they came previously, they had already sent gifts. However, if Duan Li still wanted to send gifts at this moment, they would definitely not be ordinary gifts. At the very least, they would be some rare treasures. This time, I've brought 3 gifts for Senior. Duan Li's face was full of confidence, as if he was very confident in the gifts he brought. Since it's a gift from young Master Duan, it must be rare treasures. Why don't you take it out and let us all have a look? Protector Ding said. He had already received benefits from the Duan clan, so he naturally had to speak up for Duan Li at this moment. However, the great elder asked in a deep voice, "Zhuang Zhu, what do you think?" Xia Zhuang Zhu narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly. Since it's young master Duan's good intentions, I naturally can't reject it. Moreover, since it's a treasure, of course, it should be shared with everyone. If young Master Duan is willing, you can naturally take it out and share it with everyone. Of course. Duan Li came this time to show off. Now that he had such an opportunity, how could he miss it? Then he took out a treasured sword from his storage ring. The first gift is naturally a top-notch treasured sword. This sword is called Wind Cutter, and it's a quasi-earth ranked treasure. However, it's not an ordinary quasi-earth ranked treasure. This long sword has a fragment of an earth ranked treasure. What? A fragment of an earth ranked treasure? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. An earth ranked treasure was an extremely powerful existence. Even if it was a fragment, it was not something that ordinary martial artists could see. Once this quasi-earth ranked treasure had a fragment of an earth ranked treasure, its power would definitely surpass that of an ordinary quasi-earth ranked treasure. It could be said that it was an extremely precious existence in the Tianwu continent. No one expected that the first treasure would be so precious. The martial artists from the deity sword villa were also shocked. Then they looked forward with burning gazes. Lin Xian was also surprised. It seemed that the Wind Cutter sword was not any weaker than his Lone Star sword. It seems that the Duan clan has really put in a lot of effort to rope in the deity sword villa. However, he was not worried at all because the item in his hand was more precious than any other treasure. Let me see what else you can take out for the remaining 2 items. Lin Xian raised his wine cup and planned to admire it. The Wind Cutter sword is indeed a good sword, not bad. Not bad. Even Zhuang Zhu nodded his head in satisfaction. Duan Li smiled proudly and placed the Wind Cutter sword aside. I think Xia Zhuang Zhu will be more interested in the second treasure. Oh, what is it? Xia Zhuang Zhu was also curious. Since Duan Li could take out such a precious treasure sword, it meant that he definitely had something good in his hands. The only thing that could make him more interested was probably related to the way of the sword. Everyone was guessing, and they were even more curious. Chapter 1271. Duan Li stood there calmly with a confident smile on his face. When everyone's curiosity reached its peak, he slowly took out the second treasure from his storage ring. What? A wooden statue? What's so strange about it? When everyone saw Duanli take out a 3-foot-tall wooden statue, they were immediately puzzled. As for the elders of deity Sword Villa, their hearts were beating wildly as their eyes revealed a shocking light. This is... Even Lin Xian was surprised. He narrowed his eyes and stared ahead, his gaze flickering. It was indeed a wooden statue, but it was not an ordinary statue. There were 3 sword scars on it. The 3 sword scars were not deep, but they contained an extremely mysterious power. This aura, could it be a sword scar left behind by a king? Lin Xian frowned. He did not expect the Duan family to take out such a treasure. It is indeed a sword scar left behind by a king. I did not expect the Duan family to be willing to spend so much. At the side, the 9th elder's face was also ugly. If they did not have the longevity pill that could increase their lifespan, they would have lost. A sword scar left behind by a king was something that no swordsman could withstand. Sure enough, when Xiazhuang Zhu saw the wooden statue, he also stood up. His gaze was like a sharp sword as he stared at the wooden statue. Could it be that this sword scar was left behind by a king? Xiazhuang Zhu is indeed powerful, to be able to see the crux of the matter with a glance. Duanli laughed. That's right, the 3 sword scars were left behind by a king. Furthermore, it was the Iron Sword King, whose name shook the sky martial continent. What? A sword scar left behind by the Iron Sword King. Immediately, all the elders and martial artists were shocked. One must know that in the sky martial continent, a king represented the highest fighting strength. As long as it was a king's item, it would be the most mysterious and precious. They did not expect that they would be able to see a sword scar left behind by a king at the birthday banquet. This gift was indeed too precious. It far surpassed the Windcutter's sword from before. Furthermore, all the great families knew about the Iron Sword King's deeds. The Iron Sword King was a legend. With an iron sword, he rose from the bottom and fought all the way until he became the Sword King of his generation. That was an extremely inspirational and shocking story. However, no one had expected that they would be able to see the sword scars of the Iron Sword King. Xiazhuang Zhu, do you like my gift? I like it, I really like it. Young Master Duan is too considerate. Xiazhuang Zhu laughed loudly. His cultivation was high, but it was still a little lacking compared to the sword sovereign back then. Moreover, he had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation, and it was very difficult for him to take another step forward. But now he saw hope. With these 3 sword scars, he believed that he could make another breakthrough in his cultivation. Perhaps, in the future, he would be able to reach a height that even the Sword Venerable could not reach and become a Sword King. Seeing Xiazhuang Zhu's appearance, Duanli also smiled with satisfaction. It seemed that his second gift was indeed not bad. It had moved Xiazhuang Zhu. Thinking about it, the matter of the alliance should be in the bag. However, Duanli did not intend to give up, just like that. Instead, he once again placed the wooden figure to the side. There's no rush. I have a 3rd treasure here. What? There are still treasures. Everyone was shocked. These 2 treasures were already very precious, especially the second one. It could be said to be a rare treasure. It seemed that everyone did not expect that this was not the end. Duanli still had to take out a 3rd treasure. To be able to be used as a treasure at the bottom of the chest, the 3rd treasure should be even more extraordinary. Thinking of this, everyone's hearts burned with anticipation. Lin Xian also nodded. Indeed, the first 2 treasures were very tempting. It seemed that the 3rd treasure was also extraordinary. As expected of the Duan clan, they actually had so many good things in their hands. This time, Duanli took out a square box from his storage ring and slowly opened it. A golden pill was revealed inside. I think everyone should have heard of my Duan clan's supreme divine medicine, the undying golden pill. As long as you still have a breath left, no matter how serious your injuries are, you can immediately recover. What? It's that magical undying golden pill. Could the third treasure be the undying golden pill? Everyone was in an uproar. They had heard of the undying golden pill's effects, and many people had seen it with their own eyes. It was truly a rare divine medicine. However, only the Duan clan had this kind of divine pill, and only a few of the Duan clan's higher-ups had it. No one expected that such a precious pill would be given as a gift to the deity Swordvilla. The elders of the deity Swordvilla also had red eyes, and their breathing quickened. The first two treasures were already very precious, but they did not expect the third one to be even more precious. With this pill in hand, it was undoubtedly an extra life. Therefore, they looked forward with burning eyes. Xia Zhuangzhu was also shocked, and a burst of ecstasy surged from his heart. The deity Swordvilla did not have such a divine pill. Then he seemed to have thought of something and quickly asked, "Can this undying golden pill cure a dying person?" "That depends on the situation. If it's a serious injury or dying, then it can definitely be cured. If it's a natural death, then there's nothing we can do. After all, life and death are reincarnations. This is the heavenly Tao, and it cannot be defied." Duan Li also knew about the sword venerable, so he could only answer truthfully. Hearing this, Xia Zhuangzhu sighed slightly. Indeed, it could not cure the sword venerable. However, fate was not like this, and he could not go against it. Even if he was disappointed, there was nothing he could do. Moreover, the undying golden pill was already an exceptional divine pill. The three treasures floated in the void, and each of them was shocking. Now that the three of them were given to the deity Swordvilla, it could be said to be a super big gift. Even if the deity Swordvilla was a top-rank Sikh sect, they could not help but be tempted. Seeing that Xia Zhuangzhu had accepted the three treasures, Duan Li smiled with satisfaction. He knew that as long as Xia Zhuangzhu accepted the gifts, the alliance would be finalized. He only needed to wait for the birthday banquet to end, and then he would talk to Duan Li privately. Thinking of this, he glanced at Lin Xian proudly, and his eyes were full of provocation. He sneered, "Aya, a small disciple of the Duan clan, has given out 3 gifts. I wonder what young Master Lin has given to the deity Swordvilla. It must be an exceptional treasure. Why don't you take it out and let us see it? You're the young master of the palace of Ares. You can't give something too shabby." Duan Li sneered in disdain, and his words were full of mockery. After hearing this, everyone shook their heads. Indeed, although Lin Xian had suppressed the Duan clan previously, the Duan clan had completely returned the favor and even gained the upper hand. Because the 3 treasures were all rare treasures, no one could think of any treasure that Lin Xian had that could be compared to the Duan clan. It seems that the Duan clan has won the battle between the 2 parties. Yes, there's no other way. Whether it's the King's Sword Scar or the Undying Golden Pill, they are too precious. It's hard to find anything else to compete with them. I'm afraid that Lin Xian has no hope of winning over the deity Swordvilla. Chapter 1272. Protector Ding also snorted coldly. He was very happy. Previously, Lin Xian even dared to talk back to him, which made him very unhappy. Now that Lin Xian was being suppressed by the Duan family, he was naturally happy. Even the great elder narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "Young Master Lin, you said that you would give deity Swordvilla a big gift. What gift is it? Can you take it out now?" Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, it seemed like the great elder was also unhappy. It was no wonder. Previously, Lin Xian talked back to the great elder and made him lose face. Now he naturally wanted to return the favor. Zhuangzhu had also heard about this matter, but he did not take it seriously. Moreover, Lin Xian was the young master of the Palace of Gods of War, so he had to give him face. Hence he smiled faintly. Young Master Lin has already given us his gift. It's very good. I like it very much. I think everyone should not be so conflicted. Why don't you try some more spiritual wine? Everyone knew that Zhuang Zhu was trying to smooth things over. Duan Li looked at Lin Xian and sneered, then slowly sat down. No matter what, they had already completely suppressed Lin Xian. The final victory would definitely be theirs. The elders of the Duan clan also had complacent smiles on their faces, but soon they could not smile anymore. This was because Lin Xian slowly stood up and said loudly, "That's right. I do want to give deity Sword Villa a big gift. It's a super big gift. After seeing my gift, you will know that the 3 treasures from before are just a drizzle." Uft, uft. Hearing this, everyone spat out their wine and then looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Drizzle? Stop fooling around. Those were peerless treasures. Whether it was the king's sword scar or the immortal golden pill, each of them were extremely precious. How could they be considered drizzle? Duan Li was so angry that he jumped up. "Humph, I think you are just jealous. Jealous that my Duan family can take out so many treasures. Drizzle? Do you have a brain? How can those things be called drizzle?" Duan Li was very angry. However, Lin Xian glanced at him and said coldly, "You still dare to be arrogant in front of me? Is your face itchy again?" Feeling the killing intent, Duan Li's eyelids twitched. He had just been slapped by Lin Xian. If it was not for the recovery pill, he would not be able to recover so quickly. But now Lin Xian was threatening him. But in next to no time he sneered because he felt that Lin Xian was merely clamoring with him, and that Lin Xian wouldn't be able to take out any treasures. But they did not to Duan Li. Was Duan Li, obviously Duan Li. What's the use of just having a strong tongue? If you have the ability, why don't you take out the treasure and open our eyes? Humph. I want to know, is there anything on the Martial Heaven continent that can surpass the 3 treasures I took out? Lise, the people from the Divine Sword Villa were also suspicious, especially the great clan elder and protector Ding. Their faces were filled with suspicion. However, they did not dare to openly go against Lin Xian. They could only say, "If young Master Lin has any treasures, why don't you take them out for everyone to see and open our eyes?" You will see. Lin Xian's expression was calm as he took out an invitation from his storage ring. This is an invitation to the Immortal Martial Auction. There will be an auction in the Blood Realm next month. I hope that Xia Zhuang Zhu can come. Invitation? That's a gift? Everyone was stunned. Duan Li laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. It's just a lousy invitation. I thought it was something. You dare to treat this as a gift? You even shamelessly said that my treasures are drizzle? What a joke. Lin Xian, I admit that you are strong. But isn't it too much to deceive everyone?" The surrounding people were also discussing. Even the elders of the Divine Sword Villa had ugly expressions. They felt that Lin Xian was playing with them. But soon these people stopped talking. There were even many exclamations, because they realized that the golden invitation was emitting a faint blue light under the sun, as if it was a sea of stars. This light, why does it look like the legendary thing? Could this be the starry ocean gold? An older generation figure exclaimed with a face full of shock. What, starry ocean blue gold? Impossible! Many people cried out in alarm. However, a few powerful old men's eyes lit up as they stared fixedly at the golden invitation card. Starry ocean blue gold? What is that? A young warrior did not understand. Is it very precious? Nonsense! That's a material for refining an earth-rank treasure. You say it's not precious. What? A material for refining an earth-rank treasure? This time everyone was shocked. Earth-rank treasure was incomparably mysterious and unpredictable. The materials needed to refine it were rare treasures that could not be bought with money. It was even rumored that there was a king-rank refiner who wanted to refine an earth-rank treasure. But because he could not find the right materials, he could not refine it in his lifetime. One could imagine how precious the materials were. And now, Lin Xian actually had the materials to refine an earth-rank treasure. This was too shocking. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that these materials were actually used to make the invitation. What a waste! What a waste! What a prodigal! A group of old men slammed the table, feeling heartache. Such a precious metal was used to make an invitation. It was more than a waste. It was simply a waste to the extreme. Those people from the divine Sword Villa were speechless. They did not think that a small invitation would have such a terrifying origin. And Duan Li's face was dark and gloomy. This was a direct slap to the face. He had just mocked the other party and thought that the other party's invitation was not worth mentioning. In the end, a huge piece of information was revealed. The invitation was actually made of an extremely precious metal. If this was not a slap to his face, then what was? Damn you, prodigal. It's just a lousy invitation. Why use such a precious metal? The palace of Ares will be squandered by you sooner or later. Duan Li roared. Although he was gritting his teeth, his tone was full of jealousy. Isn't it just some metal? What's so great about it? At most, it's comparable to the wind-cutter sword. But my king's sword scar and indestructible golden core are extremely precious. They can't be compared to some metal. Duan Li snorted. Hearing this, many people nodded. Indeed, although the starry ocean blue gold was precious, there were too few people. It was impossible to beat Duan Li's 3 treasures. At most, it was comparable to the wind-cutter sword that contained an earth-rank fragment. No one knew how to compare the remaining 2 treasures. Seeing Lin Xian's confident smile, they were very confused. At this time, Zhuang Zhu said with a smile, "I'll accept the invitation. I wonder what the auction will be." Chapter 1273. Manor Master Xia chuckled and said, "I'll accept the invitation. What exactly are we going to buy at the auction?" He was indeed curious. An invitation was made of extremely precious metal, so the auction would not be simple. "Not old-time tea," Lin Xian said calmly. "What, not old-time tea?" Countless warriors exclaimed, their faces full of shock. In the past month, the legend of not old-time tea had spread throughout the Tianwu continent. Warriors everywhere were talking about this magical spiritual tea. It was a wound that even a king could not heal, but it was healed by a cup of spiritual tea. This was too shocking. Therefore, everyone was asking about not old-time tea, but they could not find any exact information. They only knew that this spiritual tea would be auctioned soon. However, he didn't expect to hear news about old-time tea from Lin Xian. "I have heard of this spiritual tea. Its effect is amazing. It is worthy of an invitation made of starry blue gold." Xia Zhuang Zhu asked someone to take the invitation and put it away carefully. "Since it's young Master Lin's invitation, I'll definitely go personally. Not for anything else, but for not old-time tea." Xia Zhuang Zhu wanted to go personally. Duan Li's face was gloomy. He did not expect Lin Xian to release such explosive news at this time. What kind of gift is this? It's just an auction qualification. It's not like you're giving not old-time tea to Xia Zhuang Zhu. Lin Xian, you are too stingy. Indeed, Lin Xian only gave an auction qualification, not old-time tea. So everyone thought that it was not as good as Duan Li's gift. However, Lin Xian shook his head and said, "Xia Zhuang Zhu, please forgive me. This is not old-time tea. I don't have much of it, so I can only auction it. But I can briefly explain the effects of not old-time tea. First of all, long-term consumption can preserve one's youthful appearance. It can also improve the warrior's physique and improve the warrior's life level." Hearing this, everyone nodded slightly. They were not very shocked because there were other things in the Tianwu continent that could do these 2 things. However, they couldn't sit still any longer. Lin Xian continued, "Other than that, it can also slow down aging. Even in the later years of a martial artist's life, they can still maintain their qi and blood without weakening. Maintain your combat strength and realm." What? Slow down aging? Maintain your realm and combat strength. Everyone exclaimed, and their eyes were filled with shock. The older generation figures, in particular, were all excited. This was because, in the later years of a martial artist's life, their chi and blood would dry up, and their realm would drop. Their strength would not be as strong as before. Sword Venerable was a good example. He was a half-step king back then, but in his later years he only had the strength and cultivation of an 8th heavenly layer venerable. It had to be said that it was truly a pity. However, it was not old-time tea that could solve this problem. This was really shocking. Those old men seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, their expressions abnormally excited. However, this was not the end. Lin Xian continued, "The last point is the healing effect. As you all know, old-time tea can cure injuries that even the kings can't. So, I don't need to tell you how precious it is, right? No need. No need. Young Master Lin, when will the auction start? And the invitation card, what's the use of it? Can't people enter without an invitation card?" The group of old men were very excited and quickly asked, "Old-time tea will be held at the Shuiyu Immortal Martial Auction on the 5th of next month. As for the invitation card, it's limited. Anyone who receives an invitation card can definitely attend the auction, and they will all be seated in the VIP seats. As for those who don't receive an invitation card, they can also attend. Of course, it depends on luck. If you're late and don't have a seat, then I can only apologize." Hearing this, many people suddenly became worried, especially the older generation figures, because old-time tea's effects were too shocking. Now that the whole continent knew about it, if they were late, they might not be able to enter. "Young Master Lin, do you still have an invitation card? Why don't you give me one? Young Master, name a price. How much is it? I'll buy it." Everyone asked, wanting to get an invitation card first to ensure that they were qualified to attend. Seeing this heated scene, Duan Li's face darkened and his teeth almost shattered. "Damn this guy, he's really pissing me off." Duan Li was about to go crazy because the great situation he created was actually resolved by Lin Xian with just a few words. Now, almost no one mentioned his 3 treasures anymore. Everyone was asking about old-time tea and the auction. Looking at the lively crowd, Lin Xian decisively shook his head. "Sorry, my level is not high enough, so I won't give out an invitation card." Hearing this, everyone was depressed and wanted to vomit blood. This was too direct. Although they were not as strong and powerful as Zhuangzhu, they were still elders of big families and sections. Such a direct rejection made them want to find a hole to hide in. However, Lin Xian smiled mysteriously. "The standard of this auction is higher than you think, because at the auction, other than old-time tea, there will be a more precious and magical elixir than old-time tea." "What? A more magical elixir than old-time tea? What's that?" Everyone was confused because old-time tea was beyond their knowledge. Now Lin Xian said that there was a more magical elixir than old-time tea. This made them unable to guess. Could it be the legendary divine elixir? Everyone guessed, but they quickly denied it. That kind of elixir had not appeared for thousands of years. How could it appear in the hands of a level 7 venerable? Seeing that everyone was guessing, Lin Xian said loudly, "Everyone, there's no need to guess. I've brought the elixir, and it's my gift to deity Sword Villa." "What? The mysterious elixir is for deity Sword Villa." Hearing this, everyone's jaws dropped. No wonder he didn't give old-time tea. It turned out that he was going to give a more precious elixir than old-time tea. "I knew it. Who is Lin Xian? He's the young master of Palace of Aries. How could his gift be bad?" Everyone was discussing and was very excited. However, the Duan family's face was gloomy. Duan Li even said fiercely, "Nonsense. I want to see how you're going to deal with this later." He had already thought about it. As long as Lin Xian's elixir was not good or was not as good as his immortal golden elixir, he would start mocking him and ask him to get lost. Deity Sword Villa was also in an uproar. The first elder also asked in a deep voice, "There's such an elixir in the world." You'll know soon enough. However, this elixir is indeed for deity Sword Villa. It's not for Zhuangzhu. What? Isn't it for Villa Master Xia? Chapter 1274. Today was Xia Zhuangzhu's 1000th birthday, but Lin Xian said that the elixir was not for Xia Zhuangzhu. What was he doing? The great elder and the others' faces turned black because they felt that Lin Xian was playing with them. Xia Zhuangzhu smiled and said, "If it's not for me, who is it for?" Who in the deity Sword Mountain Villa can gain young Master Lin's favor? Honorable Sword. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous as he slowly spat out the two words. What? Honorable Sword. Everyone was shocked. Xia Zhuangzhu, the great elder, and the others in the deity Sword Mountain Villa were all shocked. Especially Xia Zhuangzhu. His entire body was emitting a shocking aura. He stared at Lin Xian and said, "Honorable Sword is not feeling well recently and can't come. Why don't you pass it to me, and I'll pass it to him?" Lin Xian shook his head decisively and said, "No, I have to pass the elixir to Honorable Sword personally. Don't worry, as long as I tell him the information about the elixir, I guarantee that he will come back." Everyone was even more confused. Xia Zhuangzhu asked, "Why must Honorable Sword come personally? Is there something special about the elixir?" Lin Xian said loudly, "It is indeed special because this elixir can increase one's lifespan." Boom! Xia Zhuangzhu's chair cracked, and a shocking crack appeared on the ground. When he heard what Lin Xian said, he did not control his emotions, and his aura leaked out, creating a terrifying aura. "What did you say? An elixir that can increase one's lifespan?" Xia Zhuangzhu's voice was trembling. It was too shocking. He did not expect Lin Xian to say such shocking words. Not only him, but all the warriors in the hall were shocked. They had never heard of an elixir that could increase one's lifespan. If it was true, it would be too shocking. Duanli suddenly stood up and screamed, "Nonsense! How can there be an elixir that can increase one's lifespan?" "That's right, life and death, reincarnation, that's the way of heaven. What is a little kid like, you know? How dare you boast so shamelessly?" The Duan clan's elder also snorted coldly. They didn't believe there was any medicinal pill that could increase lifespan. That was something that had never appeared in the martial heaven continent. "Nothing is impossible. You don't know because you're ignorant. You're just a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. How would you know how vast the world is?" Lin Xian glanced at the Duan clan and sneered. However, after the commotion caused by the Duan clan, the others were all bewildered because this piece of news was too shocking, and they were unable to believe it. Even Xia Zhuangzhu regained control of his emotions and asked in a low voice, "Young Master Lin, is what you said true?" This matter was too important, and he had to get to the bottom of it. If it was true, then there was hope for the Sword Sovereign. Lin Xian took out a pill box from his storage ring and said in a clear voice, "This pill is called the longevity pill. It can increase your lifespan by 30 years. What? 30 years of life? Everyone's hearts trembled. Originally, they thought that it would be good if it could increase their lifespan by 1 or 2 years. But they never thought that Lin Xian's words would be so shocking. "You can say whatever you want. How do we know if it's true or not?" The Duan clan still didn't believe it. Lin Xian was rather confident. "Whether it's true or not, please ask Senior Sword Sovereign to come out and test it." "Humph. What kind of status does Senior Sword Sovereign have? If this pill of yours is poison, wouldn't that be taking his life?" Hearing that, Lin Xian stared at Duanli. "Is your brain kicked by a donkey? What good will it do me if Sword Sovereign dies? Furthermore, this is the headquarters of the deity Sword Villa. Do you think that if Sword Sovereign dies, we can escape? Calling you an idiot is already praising you. Hurry up and scram. Don't jump around in front of me. Otherwise, I'll slap you to death." Lin Xian warned Duanli, then turned to look at Xia Zhuangzhu. "I think Xia Zhuangzhu should know Senior Sword Sovereign's condition better than anyone else. Are you really not willing to give it a try? Lin Xian was rather confident, not to mention that these people were doubtful. Even if there was only a 1 in a million chance, they would still give it a try. As expected, Xia Zhuangzhu, the Great Elder, and some other higher-ups quickly discussed and finally decided to give it a try. Sword Sovereign only had less than a month left to live. Even if this longevity pill didn't work, it was fine. If it worked, then they would have profited. Young Master Lin, please wait for a moment. I'll go and ask Senior Uncle, Sword Sovereign. With that, Xia Zhuangzhu's body flashed and rushed to the sky. He flew towards the back mountain of the deity Sword Villa. Not long after, he returned, and there was an old man with him. However, when everyone saw the old man's figure, their hearts trembled violently. Because he was too old, everyone couldn't believe that this was the Sword Sovereign who once dominated the continent. That old man's body was extremely thin. Only a layer of skin was left. His white hair had all fallen off, and his eye sockets were sunken. He looked like a skeleton. Not only that, but there was also a thick aura of death around him. It seemed that Sword Sovereign couldn't hold on for much longer. Indeed, time was merciless. No matter how strong you were, you couldn't escape death. Everyone couldn't help but feel sad. Lin Xian's face was also solemn. He sighed in his heart. Even a peerless expert like Sword Sovereign couldn't escape death. Perhaps even a king couldn't escape death. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian felt that he still had a long way to go. He didn't want to be like this in his old age. In front of him, Xia Zhuangzhu and Sword Sovereign's figures slowly landed on the ground. Although Sword Sovereign was incomparably old and had a thick aura of death around him, he was extremely excited at this moment. His sunken eye sockets were emitting a shocking light. Because he had heard the news on the way here, he was even more shocked about the longevity pill. Little friend Lin, do you really have the longevity pill? Sword Sovereign's voice was low and hoarse. It was as if two pieces of metal were rubbing against each other. It was extremely ear-piercing. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Yes, I do have it. It's in my hands. Don't worry, Senior Sword Sovereign. Today, I will give you a heaven-defying life and let you live for another 30 years. With that, Lin Xian waved his hand and threw the longevity pill in front of Sword Sovereign. Everyone's heart trembled violently. Heaven-defying life and let him live for another 30 years. If it was true, then this would be the most shocking thing in the history of Sky Martial Continent. The pill was the size of a longan fruit. It was pure white and emitted a mysterious aura. Martial Uncle. At the side, Xia Zhuangzhu wanted to say something, but Sword Sovereign suddenly reached out. His skeletal hand quickly grabbed the longevity pill and swallowed it. Not to mention 30 years. Even if it could increase 1 year, 1 month, or even if it was poison, he would still swallow it without hesitation. Because he was already standing on the edge of death. There was nothing worse than this. Chapter 1275. Seeing the Sword Venerable swallow the longevity pill. Everyone's hearts were in their mouths. Not to mention the other warriors. Even Yu Fei, Shen Jingqiu, Elder Jiu, and the others widened their eyes. Because they did not know what the effects of the longevity pill were. Only Lin Xian had a face of confidence as he stood with his hands behind his back. The entire hall was abnormally quiet. Everyone was careful not to disturb the atmosphere. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a low sound rang out in this silent space. It was like the morning bell, the evening drum, or the muffled thunder. Everyone widened their eyes because they realized that the sound came from the Sword Venerable's body. The Sword Venerable's withered and thin body gradually became stronger. The withered hair that had fallen off also grew back, and it was all black hair. His old skin became smooth like a baby's. The thick death aura dissipated and was replaced by a majestic life force. The Sword Venerable has been reborn. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. They did not dare to imagine that a person who was about to die at any time would be rejuvenated and become stronger again. This was such a heaven-defying thing, but it really happened in front of their eyes. The people of Deity Swordvilla were even more excited, especially Xia Zhuangzhu. His entire body was trembling with excitement. Impossible! This is impossible! I must be dreaming! Below, the Duan family warriors' faces changed greatly, especially Duanli. His face was dark and filled with despair. He did not believe that there was actually someone who could go against the heavens and seize life force. Damn it, what kind of pill is that? How could he have such a treasure? Duanli was about to go crazy. Other than shock, he was filled with despair. Because he had the upper hand previously, but now he was beaten to a pulp by Lin Xian. After the sword Venerable recovered, he would definitely cooperate with Lin Xian and the others. Their Duan family would not have any chance at all. Not only that, if Lin Xian still had the longevity pill in his hands, then not only Deity Swordvilla, but all the other forces in the Sky Martial Continent would be scrambling for it. Because every major force had a peerless expert who was about to die. Those people did not want to die. In order to increase their fate, they would do all kinds of crazy things. No, I have to kill him. Duanli discovered that this matter was already out of their control. Lin Xian had already become their Duan clan's peerless enemy. How many people did we send to kill Lin Xian this time? Duanli asked. We have a 9th Heaven Venerable on our side. We have 10 8th Heaven Venerables and 37th Heaven Venerables. It should be the same with the Shen family. 2 9th level Venerables and 28th level Venerables are definitely enough to kill Lin Xian and the others. An elder of the Duan clan said in a low voice, It's not enough. Quickly get people to double the number. This time we must kill him. We can't let him escape. Otherwise, if news of the longevity pill spreads, our Duan clan will be in danger. Duanli's expression was ferocious. This time he must kill Lin Xian. Just as Duanli was planning his assassination, Sword Venerable had already completed his rebirth transformation. His condition seemed to be better than when he entered the hidden sky secret realm. He let out a long roar that pierced through heaven and earth. A terrifying aura spread out. That power was like a vast ocean that wanted to shatter the void. This is 9th Heaven Venerable. Oh my God, it's actually the aura of a 9th Heaven. This is unbelievable. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the longevity pill would really allow Sword Venerable to recover and increase his cultivation by a large margin. Previously, Sword Venerable had fallen to the 7th Heaven Venerable, but now he had recovered to the 9th Heaven Venerable. Although he couldn't compare to his peak, he was still very powerful. Martial Uncle, how do you feel? Xia Zhuangzhu asked anxiously. My strength has recovered a lot, and the death aura in my body has been removed. Indeed, I can live for about 30 years now. Sword Venerable's voice was loud and clear with a strong vitality. Boom! Everyone was shocked when they heard that. They didn't expect that a pill could really extend one's life by 30 years. This was absolutely heaven-defying. In an instant, everyone stared at Lin Xian with bloodshot eyes. At this moment, Sword Venerable also bowed to Lin Xian. Young Master Lin, thank you for saving my life. Senior Sword Venerable, you're too polite. Lin Xian smiled. He also heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, a huge rock was lifted. Now that he had cured Sword Venerable, Deity Sword Manor would definitely side with him. Not only that, the news of the longevity pill would probably spread across the entire Tianwu continent. At that time, there would be countless major forces scrambling to cooperate with him. This was what he ultimately wanted. As expected, after Sword Venerable's voice fell, the surrounding people went crazy and started asking questions. Young Master Lin, will the longevity pill appear in the auction? Young Master Lin, how many longevity pills do you have? How much is one pill? Can I buy it now? Young Master Lin, I'm the sect leader of Earthfire Sect. How about we be friends? I'm the great elder of Heavenly Water Sect. Can I cooperate with young Master Lin? All sorts of voices were heard. These people all wanted to buy the longevity pill and cooperate with him. In an instant, all the martial artists in the main hall moved. Duan Li and the rest were completely forgotten. Even the people from Deity, Sword Manor, did not care about them. Looking at the scene, even Elder Jiu, Shen Jingqiu, and Yu Fei gasped. They did not expect a single pill to cause such a commotion. These were all top-notch elders and seniors of the various major powers. Now, it was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. It was hard to imagine. Lin Xian waved his hand and asked the crowd to quiet down. Everyone, today is Zhuang Zhu's birthday banquet, so it's not suitable to talk about cooperation. However, I can tell you that the longevity pill will definitely appear in the auction. If you want to buy it or talk about cooperation with me, we'll meet at the auction on the 5th of next month. Hearing this, the crowd was stirred up again. They decided that even if they had to risk their lives, they would participate in the auction on the 5th of next month. After that, the auction continued. Lin Xian and the rest were respectfully invited away by Deity, Sword Manor. At the same time, Sword Venerable and Xiazhuang Zhu left. In a secret room, all the higher-ups of Deity Sword Manor, Lin Xian and the rest were seated. Young Master Lin, it's all thanks to your pill that I can live for another 30 years. Sword Venerable was grateful. Xiazhuang Zhu, who was beside him, said, Not only are you the benefactor of Martial Uncle, but you are also the benefactor of Deity Sword Manor. Don't worry, we will support you fully, young Master Lin. Chapter 1276. Next, Lin Xian stayed in the Deity Sword Villa for a few more days. Firstly, the Deity Sword Villa wanted to thank him and treat him well. During this time, the Sword Venerable wanted to spar with Lin Xian. Rather than a spar, it was more of an exchange and imparting of knowledge. After all, the Sword Venerable was a half-step king, and Lin Xian had saved his life. Therefore, he wanted to impart his own Sword Dao to Lin Xian. One had to admit that the Sword Venerable was indeed a peerless expert. Some of his experiences in Sword Dao had enlightened Lin Xian. Although the exchange between the two had only lasted for 2 or 3 days, it was equivalent to 2 or 3 years of cultivation for Lin Xian. In other words, in just 3 days, Lin Xian's Sword Dao cultivation had improved. This was something he had never expected. Not only that, there was something else that made him even happier. Zhuang Zhu had invited him to comprehend the sword scars left behind by the Iron Sword Monarch. This was undoubtedly a piece of good news. When Duan Li had taken out the wooden statue, Lin Xian had also been tempted. After all, the sword scars left behind by a king were extremely precious. If he could comprehend 1 or 2 of them, it would definitely be of great benefit to his Sword Dao. Lin Xian did not expect that Zhuang Zhu would invite him to comprehend the sword scars together. Naturally, he would not miss such a good opportunity. Therefore, he quickly entered the sword pavilion and started to comprehend the 3 sword scars together with the Sword Venerable and Xiazhuang Zhu. Just as Lin Xian was comprehending and cultivating, the Duan clan's people outside were extremely anxious. Damn it, it's been 5 days. Why hasn't he come out yet? Could it be that the kid has secretly escaped? A few elders' faces were gloomy. Impossible. All the paths back to the Blood Realm have been sealed by us. As long as the kid shows up, we can definitely find him. Let's wait a little longer. I don't think they will leave so soon. After all, they're going to discuss the cooperation with the Deity Sword Villa. Duan Li gritted his teeth. Humph, no matter how good your discussion is, I'm afraid it's useless. Dead people don't need cooperation. This time I must catch him, make him kneel down, and count out to me 10,000 times. Then I will slowly torture him to death. The 2 brothers, Qin He and Qin Yuan, had also come. There were also the 2 elders. All of them had come. They were abnormally ferocious. Previously, they had been forced to kowtow in front of everyone by Lin Xian, who had broken their legs and thrown them out. This caused them to lose a lot of face, so they didn't hesitate to use heavenly treasures to quickly recover from their injuries. Then, they led their clan's experts and swore to kill Lin Xian to relieve the hatred in their hearts. It could be said that the scale of this hunt was unprecedentedly large. Duan Li and the others were confident that even a ninth heaven venerate would not be able to escape. While Duan Li and the others were surrounding and killing Lin Xian, the entire sky martial continent was in a frenzy. News of the longevity elixir spread quickly as the martialists of the various factions left. Soon, the entire continent knew about it. It was a type of divine medicine that could defy the heavens and seize life. It allowed the dying sword venerable to return to normal and even increased his lifespan by 30 years. This was like a heavy stone that shook the entire sky martial continent. Everyone went crazy, especially the older generation figures. They didn't have much lifespan left and were dangerously close to death. But now, there was hope in front of them. Lin Xian. It was Lin Xian again. They hadn't expected that such a precious elixir would also come from Lin Xian. Furthermore, it would be auctioned next month along with old-time tea. Immediately, the entire sky martial continent went crazy. Countless martialists moved out, heading to the Blood Realm. They had to obtain the right to be auctioned. A single elixir had caused the entire continent to go crazy. This was probably something that had never happened before. Not to mention the ordinary martialists. Even the martialists of the sovereign clans were excited. Many of the older generation figures issued orders. They had to obtain the longevity elixir at all costs. Of course, other than the Duan clan, no one wanted to kill Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian was the young master of the Palace of Gods of War. If Lin Xian was assassinated, the Palace of Gods of War's Lin Zhan faction would probably go crazy. Hence, the other families only hoped to obtain the longevity elixir at the auction or cooperate with Lin Xian. However, the Duan clan was different. When they heard the news, they immediately sent out countless assassins to kill Lin Xian. That was because the longevity elixir was too heaven-defying. It was enough to wipe out the advantage they had previously. Hence, they had to capture Lin Xian. They even wanted to obtain the elixir formula of the longevity elixir. If they could obtain the elixir formula and control the longevity elixir, they would be able to control the entire sky martial continent. The Palace of Gods of War's Lin Zhan faction and the Immortal Martial Academy's Din Xian and the others naturally knew how powerful it was. Hence, they all sent experts to the deity Sword Mountain Manor to bring Lin Xian back. However, Lin Xian stayed at the deity Sword Mountain to comprehend the 3 sword scars. It had to be said that King Realm experts were too powerful. Just 3 sword souls contained a myriad of changes and were extremely profound. Lin Xian, the Honorable Sword, and Xia Zhuang, Zhu comprehended the 3 sword scars for 3 days, but they still couldn't completely comprehend them. However, Lin Xian used the Great Dragon Sword Soul to simulate the 3 sword scars and memorize them deeply in his heart. That was because he couldn't continue comprehending the 3 sword scars here. He had to leave. Through the Beast Slave Seal, he found out from Falcon that the Duan clan had sent a large number of experts to kill him. Hence, he had to leave quickly. Seeing that the Honorable Sword and Xia Zhuang, Zhu hadn't woken up from their comprehension. Lin Xian didn't disturb them. Instead, he left the deity Sword Mountain Manor after informing the Great Elder. Lin Xian didn't leave immediately. Instead, he used the Blood Sword secret technique to create a clone and quickly soared into the sky. His real body brought Shen Jingqiu and the 9th Elder with him as they left quickly. Lin Xian's strength had increased greatly, so his clone had also become stronger. Although his battle prowess was inferior to his speed wasn't any slower than his. That clone was like a meteor sword light as it quickly flew through the air. It didn't conceal itself at all because its goal was to attract the attention of the Duan clan. Sure enough, not long after, the Duan clan warriors who were lying in ambush saw the figure in the sky. "Which kid is it?" That kid has come out. When the Duan clan warriors saw the figure, they were immediately overjoyed. However, Duan Li frowned. Why is it only him? Where are the people around him? Young master, could it be a trap to lure us away? Some of the Duan clan elders were also suspicious. It's possible. Insignificant tricks. You want to lure us away? You must be dreaming. Send a few people to beat down that figure. Regardless of whether it's real or fake, kill him. The rest of you, quickly search other places. Once you find Lin Xian and his companions, immediately report back. Yes. Chapter 1277. Duan Li's plan was well thought out and comprehensive. However, he missed out on one thing, which was the speed of the clones in the sky. Ordinary martial artists could not catch up to them. Even an 8th level honorable would not be able to catch up immediately. Soon, news came back. Young master, it's not good. They're too fast. We can't catch up. Can't catch up? Duan Li and the other elders stood up. We can't even catch up to an 8th level honorable. We can't catch up for now. Hearing this, Duan Li's face darkened. What's going on? Is it true? But what about the people around him? They might have stayed in Deity Sword Villa and did not leave. An elder guessed. Impossible, I don't believe it. Duan Li shook his head. However, the surrounding elders sighed. I don't believe it either. However, it can't be a clone. Putting aside whether he can create a clone, his speed is not something an ordinary person can achieve. It was better to kill by mistake than to let someone go. Elder, it's up to you. Duan Li turned around and said respectfully to a figure. The figure had been sitting cross-legged and did not care about the situation around him. When he heard Duan Li's words, he opened his eyes. Suddenly, a powerful aura spread out. In the next moment, the figure disappeared in a flash. Seeing this, Duan Li sneered again. I don't believe you can escape from an elder of the 9th heaven. 2 hours had passed, but there was still no news from the elder of the 9th heaven. This made Duan Li and the rest anxious. Damn it! How is this possible? How can a 7th level brat be so fast? Even a 9th level honorable can't catch up to him? Everyone was shocked and anxious. If that was really Lin Xian, the situation would be bad if he ran away. While they were waiting anxiously, a small array beside Duan Li suddenly flashed and lit up. There's news! Seeing this, Duan Li and the rest were shocked. They quickly activated the array. Indeed, in the next moment, a voice came from the array. Clone, it's fake. Damn it, it's really a clone. Duan Li snorted. Don't try to fool me with such a small trick. Everyone, search with all your might. That brat definitely didn't run far. Immediately, everyone began to move. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others moved quickly. They knew that a doppelganger couldn't hide for long, but it would be extremely beneficial to them if they could buy a little more time. Sure enough, during this half a day, they were safe and sound. No one came to search for them. However, half a day later, many figures appeared in the surroundings. It seems that the clone has been seen through. Lin Xian's expression was grave. Young master, don't worry. As long as I'm here, I won't let those people hurt you in the slightest, the 9th elder said in a deep voice. Lin Xian nodded. He trusted the 9th elder's strength. After all, the 9th elder was a venerable of the 9th heaven. He was worried about Shen Jingqiu and Yu Fei. Shen Jingqiu had just broken through to the venerable realm. It could be said that she did not have much combat strength now. Follow me closely later. Don't be afraid, Lin Xian said softly. Yes, I know. Brother Lin Xian will protect me. Shen Jingqiu nodded. Lin Xian rubbed her head, then looked at Yu Fei. Follow me closely later. Don't make a move. Got it, Brother Xian. Yu Fei nodded in agreement. Let's go. In the next moment, a powerful light surged out of Lin Xian and the 9th elder's bodies, enveloping Shen Jingqiu and Yu Fei as they flew quickly. The two of them were like lightning. They were extremely fast. However, there were more and more people around, so it didn't take long for Lin Xian and the others to discover them. "Over there, I found them," a warrior exclaimed. Immediately, the nearby warriors all rushed toward Lin Xian and the others. Some warriors even shot out signal flares to summon them. Humph! The ninth elder snorted coldly. Immediately, a terrifying aura rose from his body. An earth-shattering force pierced through heaven and earth. Immediately, the entire sky froze. Those warriors and the signal flares that flew up were all crushed in an instant. This was the power of a ninth heaven venerable. Instantly, everyone was annihilated. After 15 minutes, the Duan clan and Xin clan's troops finally arrived. They sensed the smell of blood in the air, and their expressions changed instantly. "Oh no, looks like our people have been annihilated. That brat must have run in this direction." Suddenly these people sped up. Among them, there were 3 figures who were extremely fast. These 3 were the venerables of the ninth heaven. This time, in order to hunt down Lin Xian, the Shen clan and Duan clan sent out a total of 4 ninth heaven venerables. Among them, one was chasing Lin Xian's clone and hadn't returned yet. The remaining 3 were all here. At this moment, they exploded with extreme speed. Behind these people, there were more than 28 heaven venerables and dozens of 7th heaven venerables. These people were all using their full strength and flying rapidly. As for the warriors below 7th heaven, Duan Li didn't let them go at all. Instead, he let them search quickly. This was because it was useless even if these people went up. They wouldn't be of any use at all. After an hour of such a large-scale search, they finally saw the figures of Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian naturally also just found out about the auras of Duan Li and the others. However, his expression quickly darkened. 3 ninth heaven venerables. Lin Xian's expression darkened. He felt 3 abnormally strong auras. Damn it, the Duan clan actually sent out ninth heaven venerables. And 3 at that. The ninth elder's expression changed drastically. 3 ninth heaven venerables were extremely terrifying. He couldn't fight against them at all. Even if he could fight against 2 of them, there was still 1 ninth heaven venerable left. There were dozens of 8th heaven venerables in the surroundings. These combined forces were an extremely strong force. Lin Xian probably couldn't fight against them at all. Lin Xian's expression also darkened. However, he wasn't anxious. The 3 ninth heaven venerables weren't a dead end yet. "Ninth elder, it shouldn't be a problem for you to hold back 2 ninth heaven venerables, right?" Lin Xian asked. The ninth elder's expression was filled with shock. "Young master, could it be that you want to fight against the remaining ninth heaven venerable?" "No, that's too dangerous." Because, in his opinion, Lin Xian was only a 7th heaven venerable. No matter how strong he was, killing an 8th heaven venerable was already his limit. Against a 9th heaven venerable, it was absolutely impossible, because a 9th heaven venerable was already the last heaven of the venerable realm. The gap between them was extremely huge. However, Lin Xian was relatively confident. "Don't worry, I won't joke around with my life. If I use all my trump cards, even killing a 9th heaven venerable won't be a problem." Lin Xian indeed had such confidence. He had many trump cards in his hands. Moreover, he had recently made a breakthrough in Sword Dao, and his strength had increased greatly. Thus, he could still deal with a 9th heaven venerable. Of course, this was also thanks to his doppelganger that lured away a 9th heaven venerable. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to deal with 4 9th heaven venerables. Chapter 1278. Seeing that the people behind were getting closer and closer, ninth elder also nodded. "That's good. Young master, you must protect yourself well. If you can't stop them, don't fight them head-on. The Palace of Gods of War can't do without you. Don't worry," Lin Xian said with a smile. At this moment, the people behind were still flying over quickly, surrounding Lin Xian and the others. The 3 ninth heaven venerables were like 3 mountains standing in front. More than 28 Heaven Venerables and dozens of 7th Heaven Venerables formed a thick encirclement. Ha 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 ha! Lin Xian, I finally caught you. Let's see how you're going to die this time. An extremely arrogant voice traveled over. After this voice, Duan Li, Shen He, and Shen Yuan quickly flew over. Among them, Duan Li had a smug expression, while Shen He and Shen He had sinister expressions, glaring at Lin Xian. Brat, today is the day you die. I won't let you die so easily. I'll let you know the consequences of offending us. Shen He and Shen He were like demons, their voices filled with boundless killing intent. Meanwhile, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The previous time was just a small punishment. I didn't think that you guys would still not repent. This time, you guys came to die on your own accord. Don't blame me. Die. Are you an idiot? There are so many people. Do you think you can kill me? Shen He was sinister. This time, we've sent 9th Heaven Elders. Believe it or not, they can crush you to death with one finger. At the side, Duan Li also sneered. Lin Xian, stop struggling. If you want to die a quick death, I advise you to kneel down obediently and kowtow 10,000 times to us, then hand over the secret recipe of the longevity pill. I can let you die a quick death. Otherwise, you'll know the taste of hell. A group of people surrounded Lin Xian, laughing arrogantly. They didn't attack immediately. Instead, they played with him like a cat playing with a mouse. You're too ignorant. Do you really think 9th Heaven Venerables can save your lives? Lin Xian sneered as his gaze swept past Duan Li, Qin He, and Qin Yuan. Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, the 3 of them couldn't help but tremble. However, they soon began to laugh wildly. What an idiot. Do you really think you're invincible? Not even a 9th Heaven Venerable was worthy of his attention. Who do you think you are? You're just a 7th level Venerable. Shen He cursed loudly, his expression agitated. However, in the next moment he screamed, his eyes filled with fear. This was because a ball of black flames suddenly rose from his body and instantly enveloped his entire body. Damn it, Scram! Shen He was furious. He was an 8th level Venerable after all, so the power he could unleash was extremely terrifying. However, he could not extinguish the black flames at all. It was only at this moment that Shen He was truly terrified. He quickly shouted, "Elder, save me!" Not only Shen He, but everyone else was stunned. This was because they had not seen anyone make a move at all. However, Shen He had suddenly burst into flames just like that. This was really too strange. However, they also knew that it was most likely only Lin Xian and the others who had made a move. Hence, for a moment, most of them glared fiercely at Lin Xian and the others, wanting to see through them. Meanwhile, the 9th Heaven Elder of the Shen family also made a move swiftly. Countless rays of light flew out from his palm and turned into water dragons that quickly pounced on Shen He, wanting to extinguish the black flames. However, before the water dragons reached him, Shen He screamed tragically and was burned to ashes. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalps went numb. Their expressions were filled with fear. This was too terrifying. An 8th level Venerable had been burned to ashes in an instant. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that they still couldn't see how the other party had made a move. For a moment, Duan Li and Qin Yuan both looked at Lin Xian with fear. Just now, they had mocked and ridiculed the other party with Shen He. However, in the blink of an eye, Shen He had died. The impact of this on them was really too great. When they thought of Lin Xian's previous words, they were filled with fear. Could it be that even a 9th level Venerable really couldn't protect them? The expressions of the 3 9th level Venerables also darkened, especially the 2 9th level Venerables from the Shin family. Their expressions were abnormally furious. A young master of their family had been killed right in front of their eyes. Moreover, the 2 of them didn't even have time to help. This was a slap to their faces. What made them even more shocked and furious was that they didn't even see who had made the move. However, based on their instincts, they knew that it should be that person called Lin Xian who had made the move. Don't hesitate anymore. Let's make a move. We must kill them here today. The 3 9th-level venerables discussed with each other. Then they quickly attacked. 2 of the 9th-level venerables flew toward the 9th elder. Meanwhile, the 9th-level venerable who had shot out the water dragons previously was staring at Lin Xian. Young master, be careful, the 9th elder reminded. Then he charged toward the 2 9th-level venerables and unleashed his powerful battle strength. Lin Xian nodded slightly. His expression was extremely solemn. After all, this was his first time fighting against a 9th-level venerables. In front, the water dragon venerable stared at Lin Xian and the others. He sneered and then pressed out with a finger. Instantly, the finger became as big as a mountain. It descended from the void and enveloped Lin Xian, Xin Jingqiu, and Yu Fei. That terrifying power caused everyone's expression to change. That finger could easily kill any 8th celestial layer supremacy. Yu Fei was extremely nervous. Xin Jingqiu also looked uneasy. She gripped the corner of her clothes tightly. Lin Xian also quickly attacked. He raised his hand and shot out the 1,000-beast cauldron. The black little ding floated above Xin Jingqiu and Yu Fei. It released a black light that enveloped the 2 of them. On the other hand, Lin Xian let out a long roar. His entire body released violent lightning. Then he threw a punch toward the sky. The lightning fist lit up the surroundings. It was extremely fierce, and it quickly blasted toward the heavenly, pillar-like finger. Humph! You overestimate yourself. When Duan Li and the others saw the scene, they sneered. The water dragon venerable sneered. There was a difference of 2 levels between the 2 of them. How could Lin Xian block his attack? Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard. The heavenly pillar-like finger stopped in midair. It couldn't continue descending because it was blocked by a lightning fist. This fist was naturally from Lin Xian. What? This is impossible. How could he block the attack of a 9th-level venerable? Everyone was going crazy. They couldn't believe it. The water dragon venerable's pupils constricted. Then his expression became ferocious. He sneered and increased the strength of his finger. Then he pressed down again. Bam! 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 The air exploded. Terrifying energy spread in all directions. The lightning fist below also exploded completely. It turned into countless lightning dragons and quickly bombarded the finger, causing an extremely violent explosion. In the end, the heavenly pillar-like finger was blown to pieces. Lin Xian also took 5 steps back. How could this be? That guy is not injured. Chapter 1279. That was a 9th heaven supremacy. Every one of them was a peerless powerhouse, while the other party was only a 7th heaven supremacy. There was a difference of 2 realms between them. However, they could not accept the fact that the battle between the 2 parties had turned out like this. Lin Xian took 5 steps back and stabilized himself. Then he laughed loudly. Is this the power of a 9th heaven? It's not that impressive. If you have any tricks up your sleeve, just use them. His battle intent was high, and he was like an unsheathed sword. On the other side, the 2 9th heaven supremacies who were fighting with the 9th elder were also shocked. They did not expect such a situation to happen. Kill him! Kill him! Duan Li shouted crazily. He had a bad feeling about this. Therefore, he ordered the 8th heaven supremacies around him to attack. He did not believe that they could not kill a 7th heaven supremacy with so many people. The water dragon supremacy was shocked. He was a 9th heaven supremacy, but he could not do anything to a 7th heaven brat. If news of this got out, he would lose face. Therefore, in the next moment, he charged toward Lin Xian like a bolt of lightning. Behind him was an empty sea. 9 water dragons were formed in the sea, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Then the 9 water dragons quickly soared into the sky and charged toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body flashed, and he instantly disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, the 9 water dragons soared and charged toward the void where he was standing. Instantly, the void exploded. "Big brother Lin Xian, watch out!" When Shen Jingqiu saw this, she was so scared that her face turned pale. However, when she saw Lin Xian dodge, she sent another mouthful of water at him. Roar! The 9 water dragons roared and tore the sky apart. One of the water dragons waved its huge dragon tail and swept it toward Shen Jingqiu and Yu Fei. This attack was extremely powerful. If they were hit, the 2 of them would probably die immediately. Clang! However, this terrifying attack hit the black light screen and made a deafening sound. However, it did not break the light screen. The huge, rebounding force even sent the dragon tail flying. What? It didn't break. This time, even the venerable water dragon was shocked. Originally, he wanted to kill Lin Xian's 2 companions to vent the hatred in his heart, but he didn't expect that the small black cauldron would be so powerful. The protection it formed was so strong that even his terrifying attack couldn't break it. This kid was actually so strange. However, the venerable water dragon did not give up. He controlled 8 water dragons to besiege Lin Xian while the remaining water dragon bombarded the black light screen again. However, Lin Xian was not worried. That was because that was the 10,000 beast cauldron, a complete earth-tier treasure. It was not something that a 9th heaven venerable could blast open. Without any worries, Lin Xian pulled out the Lone Star sword from his back and charged at the 8 water dragons. He moved like a bolt of lightning and arrived in front of one of the water dragons in an instant. The Lone Star sword in his hand slashed down. The sword light flashed, creating an ear-piercing explosion in the void. The powerful force caused the entire void to tremble. With a slash of the sword, the water dragon let out a mournful howl. Its body split from the middle and fell to the sides. Plop! Its huge body smashed into the void, instantly stirring up countless violent winds. Meanwhile, Lin Xian's figure disappeared again, flying toward another water dragon. All of this happened in an instant. Hence, when everyone reacted, they discovered that one of the water dragons had already disappeared into the void. This scene made Duan Li and Xin Yuan extremely nervous. They roared crazily and summoned many 8th heaven venerables to protect them. This was because they discovered that they had really underestimated Lin Xian's battle prowess. He could even break through the attack of a 9th heaven venerable so easily. He was really too terrifying. The venerable water dragon roared angrily. He didn't expect that the other party would break through one of his water dragons. Instantly, his expression became extremely gloomy. However, in the next moment, his pupils constricted violently, and he shouted, "You're courting death!" As he spoke, his body moved hundreds of meters horizontally. A huge void crack appeared where he was originally standing. That terrifying sword light made the venerable water dragon's eyelids twitch wildly. Damn it, really damn it. A mere 7th heaven venerable actually dared to attack him. However, what shocked him even more was that the other party's battle prowess was really too strong. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that a 7th heaven venerable could unleash a battle prowess that wasn't inferior to his. He didn't know that Lin Xian possessed the great dragon sword soul and had recently comprehended the 3 sword scars of the Iron Sword Monarch. It could be said that his battle prowess was extremely powerful. Sword light flashed, and Lin Xian's figure appeared at the side. His expression was incredibly serious when he saw that his attack had missed. This was because he realized that the senses of a 9th heaven venerable tier cultivator were really too sharp. Furthermore, his speed was not inferior to his own. As expected of a true peerless powerhouse, he was indeed incomparably powerful, far from what an 8th heaven venerable could compare to. However, since the other party dared to kill him, only death awaited him. Lin Xian held the lone star sword in his hand and shouted, "Stars!" Instantly, countless sword lights soared into the sky, turning into stars one after another that floated in the void. Then they quickly blasted towards the venerable water dragon. Water dragon, monstrous water suppression. The venerable water dragon waved his hand, and immediately 8 water dragons circled around each other. The dragons opened their mouths and spat out endless seawater, forming a huge wave that blocked all the stars. Boom! 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 The waves collided with the stars, erupting with an unparalleled energy that caused the entire world to tremble. Luckily, he blocked it. When Duan Li, Xin Yuan, and the rest saw this scene from afar, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. They were afraid that the venerable water dragon couldn't block it. However, now it seemed that Lin Xian wasn't that heaven-defying. He could only contend with a 9th heaven venerable. He can't be so powerful. He must have consumed some elixir or used some secret technique to be able to contend with a 9th heaven venerable. The two of them didn't believe that this was Lin Xian's true battle prowess. At the side, Shen Yuan also nodded desperately. Let's wait and see. As time passes, he will definitely lose. The two of them looked gloomy as they nervously watched the situation in front of them. However, soon, their expressions changed drastically and their eyes were filled with fear. This was because they realized that Lin Xian was flying towards them. Damn it, stop him! Go, go, don't let him come over. Duan Li and Shen Yuan both shouted crazily, their expressions extremely nervous. The two of them knew that Lin Xian was now comparable to a 9th heaven venerable. He wasn't someone that they could fight against. Instantly, the 8th heaven venerables around them received the order and quickly charged towards Lin Xian. They naturally knew how powerful Lin Xian was, so they wouldn't engage in close combat with him. Instead, they opened up a distance and used their advantage in numbers to suppress him. Fire Phoenix facing the sky, Lightning Snake Fist, Sky-Splitting Strike. In an instant, dozens of 8th heaven venerables launched fierce attacks, and countless energy blasted forward rapidly. Dozens of 8th heaven venerables attacked, and the momentum was even more terrifying than a 9th heaven venerable. Chapter 1280. Uft! A sword light slashed the huge flaming phoenix apart, and a figure appeared in front of everyone. What? He's fine. Everyone was stunned. They saw Lin Xian walk out of the endless sea of energy flames unscathed, and their scalps went numb. In the distance, the venerable water dragon was also furious. He was so angry that his entire body was trembling. With a long roar, his entire body was like a blue bolt of lightning as he charged over at high speed. However, Lin Xian was faster than him. Using the illusory demon steps, a pair of wind and thunder wings appeared on his back. Lin Xian turned into a bolt of wind and thunder. He was extremely fast. He clenched his fists, and the power of thunder and fire surged, forming a sword of ice and thunder and a sword of flame. Wherever he passed, thunder and lightning spread, and a sea of fire overflowed. The terrifying sword cut through all the attacks. In an instant, he arrived beside Duan Li and Xin Yuan. Immediately, Duan Li and Xin Yuan's scalps went numb. They were so scared that they almost peed their pants. Kid, I want you dead. Shen Yuan counterattacked crazily. He pounced at Lin Xian like a wild beast. Duan Li was more sinister. He detonated a half-Earth rank treasure and flew into the distance to seek protection. Lin Xian flew quickly and dodged the explosion of the half-Earth rank treasure. Xin Yuan was not so lucky. Half of his body was smashed, and he was only left with half a life. The 8th level venerables who came to help were also sent flying by the energy wave of the explosion. They could not get close at all. The venerable water dragon roared ferociously. He did not expect that in such a short period of time, one of the 2 young masters of the Xin family was dead and the other was crippled. He would not be able to explain this when he returned. With a roar, he quickly pounced at Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian did not intend to let Xin Yuan go. After dodging the explosion, he quickly waved his sword. Meteor slash! A sword light flashed past like a meteor. It was extremely dazzling and quickly slashed through Xun Yuan's body. Blood sprayed and a head flew. Xun Yuan's corpse quickly fell and smashed into the ground from the void. No! Seeing this scene, the venerable water dragon roared madly, but it couldn't change anything. Brat, I'm going to tear you to pieces. The venerable water dragon roared. Together with the 8 water dragons, he launched a crazy attack. However, Lin Xian dodged all of them. When the surrounding people saw this scene, their scalps went numb, and they did not dare to resist. Duan Li's face was also filled with fear. He had almost died at the other party's hands, but fortunately he had escaped. Elder, save me! Duan Li flew towards the Duan clan's 9th heaven elder. Lin Xian looked at the fleeing figure. He snorted coldly. A black flame flashed in his eyes. Black flame, martial spirit, devouring spirit. Within Lin Xian's eyes, 2 balls of black flames quickly surged out. In the next moment, the fleeing Duan Li let out a frantic scream. Countless black flames surged out from his body and quickly burned. Impossible, I won't die. How could I possibly die? Duan Li cried out madly, his eyes filled with terror and unwillingness. He had clearly escaped, but why was he still burning? He did not know that the black flames were Lin Xian's black flame, martial spirit, and it was the origin source flame of the heavenly netherbird. It was extremely mysterious, and it was not something that an 8th heaven honorable could resist. In endless unwillingness and regret, Duan Li was burned to ashes. In the end, nothing was left. When the crowd saw this scene, they all felt a chill in their hearts. Was this young man a human or a ghost? He was actually so terrifying. Not only could he resist a 9th heaven honorable, but he could also kill an 8th heaven honorable with a raise of his hand. This was really too terrifying. At that moment, everyone had the urge to escape. However, how could Lin Xian let them go? He quickly shuttled through the crowd like a wolf in a flock of sheep. Every time he attacked, someone would die. Behind him, the venerable water dragon was extremely frantic. He realized that he could not catch up to Lin Xian at all. All of you, come over! In the end, he roared and gathered the remaining martial artists to gather around him. This was because only by his side could they survive. The others had no way of surviving against Lin Xian. Immediately, those martial artists rushed towards the venerable water dragon as if they had gone crazy. You're too naive. I've said that 9th heaven honorable can't protect you at all. Lin Xian's red lotus armor quickly surged out of his body. Then he flew towards the venerable water dragon. Seeing this, the venerable water dragon was overjoyed. He did not expect Lin Xian to actually dare to walk into his trap. Previously, he could not catch up to Lin Xian and could not use his full strength at all. However, now he had no more scruples. This was because those 8th heaven honorable were already under his protection. As long as Lin Xian dared to look for him, he was absolutely confident that he could kill him. Indeed, Lin Xian was charging over. Water Dragon Bullet! In the next moment, the venerable water dragon waved his fist and punched out. Countless light balls the size of houses condensed and filled the entire void. They flew towards Lin Xian quickly. Sky Rock Seal, Golden Sword. Lin Xian formed a seal with his fingers, and a sky rock flew out from between his fingers. Instantly, it filled the entire void. Its huge body emitted countless rays of light and formed 108,000 golden swords that pierced forward. In an instant, those blue light balls were pierced through by the golden swords. Not only that, the sky rock's huge sharp claws grabbed the water dragons in the air as if it was going to crush them. 8 dragons soaring to the sky. The venerable water dragon retreated and quickly dodged the attack of the sharp claws. Then he commanded the 8 water dragons to pounce on the huge sky rock. The 8 water dragons were like 8 heavenly swords. They were extremely blue and released the power of the deceiver sect. In an instant, the sky rock was sent flying. Sky rock slays the dragon. On the other side, Lin Xian channeled his powerful spiritual energy and poured it into the sky rock's shadow in the sky. Suddenly, the golden sky rock roared and released a powerful force. Its wings flapped like heavenly blades and instantly cut 2 water dragons in half. It waved its golden claws and crushed a water dragon under its feet. In an instant, only 5 of the 8 water dragons were left. However, the 5 water dragons devoured the corpses of the other 3 water dragons and became even bigger. Each of them bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they rushed over quickly. The dragon claws waved and directly grabbed the sky rock's body, tearing a huge crack in it. The other water dragons circled around as if they wanted to strangle the entire sky. In the distance, the venerable water dragon snorted and commanded the 5 water dragons to completely cover the sky rock's body. "Kid, compared to me, you're still too inexperienced." Lin Xian snorted and thought, "It's too early for you to say that. Sky rock transformation, fuse." With a roar, the huge sky rock in the sky once again emitted countless rays of light and blasted the 5 dragons away. Then it circled down and rushed to Lin Xian's arm and completely fused with Lin Xian's right arm. Let me show you what a real dragon slayer is. Chapter 1281. You're courting death. I'll kill you too. The venerable water dragon roared. 5 dragons sealing the sky attack. In the sky, 5 water dragons circled around each other, forming a giant dragon diagram that pressed down on Lin Xian. The terrifying pressure caused the entire sky to darken. Lin Xian, on the other hand, brandished his arms. His palms were like the heavenly rock, extremely ferocious. He reached out his palm and grabbed one of the water dragons. Then he pulled hard and the water dragon was broken into 2 halves. Not only that, Lin Xian let out a long howl and threw a punch at the 5 dragons diagram. Instantly, a hole was punched in the blue dragon diagram. Fortunately, the water dragons were formed by spiritual power. Otherwise, the punch would definitely cause the sky to be dyed red with blood. Even so, the scene was extremely terrifying. A giant hole suddenly appeared in the dark sky. It looked extremely ferocious. The venerable water dragon's face turned ugly when he saw this. However, it was not over yet. Lin Xian used the heavenly rock divine fist in his right hand, while a dazzling sword qi surged in his left hand like a golden divine sword. With a slash of his sword, the terrifying sword qi ruthlessly slashed the 5 dragon picture, immediately cutting it in half. The 5 dragons were all cut apart, wailing as they turned into spirit qi. From the beginning until now, the venerable water dragon had been suppressed, which made it difficult for him to be confident. Now that Lin Xian had slashed the 5 dragons diagram, the venerable water dragon was even more shocked. Not only that, but the 2 ninth heaven supremacies who were fighting with the 9th elder in the distance were also shocked. They realized that a 9th heaven supremacy could not suppress Lin Xian at all. This was completely different from what they had expected. Previously, they thought that Lin Xian was only a 7th heaven supremacy, and that any 9th heaven supremacy could kill him. However, it seemed that this was not the case at all. Lin Xian's strength was completely beyond their imagination. Even the venerable water dragon was suppressed. Although the venerable water dragon was only a venerable in the early stage of the 9th heaven, not everyone could suppress him, let alone a 7th heaven warrior. However, at this moment, a long howl came from afar. Terrifying energy surged over like a mountain torrent. What? Another 9th level venerable? The 9th elder's expression was ugly, and Lin Xian also frowned. However, The venerable water dragon and the others were indeed ecstatic, and they even let out ecstatic cries. Ha 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 ha, the heavens are really helping me. Brat, let's see how you die this time. The venerable water dragon laughed sinisterly. He had been too aggrieved before. Now, the 2 ninth heaven venerables could definitely kill the other party. Humph. Lin Xian humphed coldly. He could also sense the urgency of the situation, so he planned to use his ultimate technique to cripple a 9th heaven venerable tier first. Bending his finger, Lin Xian aimed at the venerable water dragon and growled. Void-shattering finger. A ray of finger radiance shot towards the venerable water dragon at lightning speed. The venerable water dragon's eyelids twitched wildly. He didn't see the attack, but his instincts as a cultivator made him feel danger. Therefore, he subconsciously moved to the side. Pooh! A ray of finger light that was like a flood dragon slammed into his left arm, instantly creating a transparent hole. The venerable water dragon was in pain, and his expression was extremely ugly. This was because the finger had almost pierced through his heart. If he hadn't taken a step back, he would probably be dead now. Damn brat, he actually has such a terrifying martial technique. The venerable water dragon's face darkened. He swore that he would definitely kill the other party. Lin Xian also sighed. As expected of a 9th level venerable, he could even dodge this. He didn't attack again because the 9th level venerable in the distance had already arrived. Whoosh! A figure descended. This was a middle-aged cultivator. His expression was cold, and his aura was icy cold. Duan Ao, your family's Duan Li has already been killed by this brat, the venerable water dragon said. Boom! Hearing this, the venerable called Duan Ao's face darkened, and his aura suddenly exploded. What did you say? Duan Ao's voice was a little ferocious. Soon, the venerable water dragon recounted what had happened. After knowing the truth, Duan Ao's face was extremely gloomy. He stared at Lin Xian. Brett, go to hell! Duan Ao's arm shook, and a purple spear appeared in the void. Then, the spear vibrated and charged towards Lin Xian. Boom! The spear radiance was like a dragon and as thick as a mountain, piercing towards Lin Xian. On the other hand, Lin Xian stretched out his heavenly rock palm and grabbed in front of him. This scene was extremely shocking. A 7th level martial artist had actually grabbed the attack of a 9th level venerable with his bare hands. This was too unbelievable. Duan Ao hadn't been there before, so he didn't know about Lin Xian's battle. When he saw this scene, he immediately sneered. You overestimate yourself. However, he soon frowned because he realized that his spear had been grabbed by the other party. But how was this possible? He was a 9th level venerable. Just the pressure of this spear alone could kill a 7th level venerable. But now, the other party had actually grabbed his spear. Damn it, what's going on? Duan Ao's face was extremely ugly. The venerable water dragon's face was also ugly. I forgot to tell you that this brat has the battle power of a 9th level. What? How is this possible? Duan Ao was shocked. He really couldn't believe that a 7th level venerable had the battle power of a 9th level venerable. However, he soon believed it. On the opposite side, Lin Xian grabbed the purple spear with one hand, then roared angrily. He shook his arm and immediately lifted the spear. On the other side, Duan Ao was also mentioned. What? Duan Ao was going crazy. He felt as if he was dreaming and couldn't believe it at all. Boom! In the next moment, he was thrown out by Lin Xian. He only came to his senses when he hit the ground. Everything was real. This is even more rubbish. It's not even as good as the previous one. Lin Xian shook his head. Brat, you, die. Duan Ao stood up from the ground with a murderous aura. Previously, he was only shocked, so he didn't fight back. Otherwise, how could he lose to a brat? With a roar, Duan Ao held the spear again and charged forward. Clang, clang, clang. The spear shadows filled the sky, but they were all blocked by Lin Xian's sword. The more Duan Ao fought, the more frightened he became. At this moment, the venerable water dragon rushed over from behind. He couldn't wait any longer. He had to kill this brat. Brother Lin Xian. Brother Xian. Seeing this, Xin Jingqiu and Yu Fei were worried. The two of them were protected by the 1,000-beast cauldron and were very safe. However, Lin Xian was in danger now. Young master. In the distance, the 9th elder was also anxious and wanted to rush over. Hee, where are you going? Your opponent is us. The two 9th level venerables sneered. Although the two of them were only in the early stage of the 9th heaven, the two of them together were enough to hold back the 9th elder, who was in the middle stage of the 9th heaven. Lin Xian was indeed at a disadvantage against the two of them. Not only that, he was in a very dangerous situation. Fortunately, he had the Red Lotus armor. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured. Clang, clang, clang. Countless attacks landed on the Red Lotus armor, making earth-shattering sounds. Lin Xian's body kept retreating. Haha, brat, you're dead. Chapter 1282. Haha, kid, you're dead meat. No matter how strong you are, you're no match for the two of us. The venerable water dragon and Duan Ao sneered as they looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at a dead man. The two venerables' auras were powerful enough to crush everything. Hence, they didn't care about Lin Xian at all. Lin Xian roared as he felt the terrifying aura. His black hair fluttered, and he was like a god of war, unstoppable. In the next instant, the great dragon's sword soul in his body circulated rapidly and let out a ferocious dragon roar. A green, jade-like, dragon-shaped sword qi appeared in front of him. Once the dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared, it exploded with a terrifying aura. The entire space was cut into dozens of pieces. The 8th heaven venerables in the distance were trembling, and many of them fell from the sky. Duan Ao and the venerable water dragon's expressions also changed because the aftershock hit them and made a thunderous sound. This was too shocking. That was just the aftershock, and it already had such a terrifying aura. The defensive energy shields on their bodies were cut open. D***, what is this thing? Their expressions were very ugly. As 9th heaven venerables, they were far superior to 8th heaven venerables in terms of strength, speed, and defense. In other words, cultivators below 9th heaven venerables couldn't break their defense at all. However, a 7th heaven venerables had just used a sword shadow, and the aftershock had cut open their defense. This was like a myth. D***, this kid is too strange. Hurry up and kill him. We can't let him attack. Duan Ao and the venerable water dragon were shocked. They quickly attacked, not giving Lin Xian any chance. The two of them were like lightning, releasing powerful auras. They even used their martial souls to attack Lin Xian. 1 second. They only needed 1 second to kill the other party. However, Lin Xian was faster than them. In an instant, Lin Xian grabbed the dragon-shaped sword shadow in front of him and quickly swung it. Suddenly, a dragon-shaped sword qi slashed out quickly. An entire space became distorted. This sword caused the entire world to lose its color. All the 8th heaven venerables trembled, unable to resist. Even the 9th heaven venerates' body stiffened. Duan Ao and the venerable water dragon were the first to bear the brunt. The spiritual power in their bodies was almost condensed, and they could not resist this aura at all. No, the two of them were terrified. They knew that it was impossible for them to block this sword qi with their own strength, so they decided to flee. However, they had underestimated the dragon-shaped sword qi. Just as they thought of running away, the sword qi had already slashed down in front of them. Puff! 2 blood-curdling screams rang out as blood splattered everywhere. A 1,000-meter-long crack appeared in the void. Among them, Duan Ao had one of his arms chopped off, and the venerable water dragon was even more unlucky. He was directly split in half and couldn't be more dead. A single sword strike had killed one ninth level venerable and injured the other. This was really too shocking. The world was silent. Everyone's minds were blank. They didn't dare to imagine. After an unknown period of time, a martial artist screamed, "Run!" Instantly, the 8th level venerables fled in all directions. As for the family mission, they could go to hell. Duan Ao's face was also filled with fear. He was covered in cold sweat as he clutched the wound on his broken arm. He found it hard to imagine that a 7th level martial artist could actually unleash such a terrifying sword strike. He had almost lost his life. Run. Now he didn't dare to fight at all. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to leave this place quickly. Of course, that was what he did. Duan Ao's body swayed, and he used all his strength to transform into a ray of bloodlight and quickly fled into the distance. Seeing this, Lin Xian frowned. However, he had just unleashed the dragon's sword soul and used up a lot of energy. Now his face was pale, and his spiritual power was not flowing smoothly. However, he still unleashed his black flame, martial soul. In his eyes, 2 black flames spun strangely and flew forward quickly. In the next moment, Duan Ao, who was running away, screamed. However, he was a 9th level venerable after all. He didn't die immediately, and the black flames didn't extinguish. In an instant, Duan Ao's body was burning, and he was anxious as he quickly fled into the sky. In the end, all the martial artists on Lin Xian's side fled. Only the 2 9th level venerables who were fighting with 9th Elder were left. Lin Xian's face was pale. He took a deep breath and turned to stare at them. Suddenly, their eyelids twitched, and they felt extremely uneasy. They didn't feel this way even when facing the powerful 9th Elder. Go quickly! The 2 of them didn't dare to stay at all and quickly rushed into the sky. They had no choice. They had seen the scene of Venerable Water Dragon being killed. It was like cutting tofu, and 9th level venerables couldn't resist at all. The 2 of them weren't much stronger than Venerable Water Dragon, so they weren't confident at all that they could resist this sword strike. The best way now was naturally to escape. Seeing the 2 9th level venerables escape, 9th Elder heaved a sigh of relief. However, he then looked at Lin Xian in shock. "Young master, no need to ask. That's my sword soul." Lin Xian only mentioned it and didn't go into detail. However, the 9th Elder's heart was filled with shock. Sword soul, young master sword soul, is actually so powerful. He's only at the 7th level of the martial heaven. He couldn't help but be shocked. A martial artist's martial soul was usually related to their cultivation. He had never heard of a 7th level venerable's martial soul being so powerful that even a 9th level venerable couldn't resist it. However, today he finally saw it for himself. Lin Xian took out a few pills to recover his spiritual power and quickly consumed them. Then he waved his hand and kept the 1,000 beast cauldron. "Big brother Lin Xian." "Big brother Xian, are you okay?" Shen Jingqiu and Yu Fei quickly flew over. The 2 of them were very worried. "I'm fine. I'm not injured. I just used up a lot of energy," Lin Xian said. "Let's hurry up and leave. The Duan family probably won't only send these people. It'll be difficult if more experts come." Although he had the great dragon sword soul, he could only fight against 2 9th level venerables. He couldn't do anything more. The 3 of them nodded and didn't say anything else. They soared into the sky and quickly left this place. Lin Xian's guess was right. The Duan family didn't just send these people. When they found out that Lin Xian had the longevity pill, they sent out an extremely powerful team. There were more than 10 9th level venerables, and even 1 peak 9th level existence. Such a team was extremely terrifying. It could be said that no one below the King realm could fight against them. However, the Palace of Gods of War and the Immortal Martial Academy weren't to be trifled with either. They sent out cultivators of a similar level to stop the Duan family. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't encounter too many obstacles on his journey. Finally, he returned to the Immortal Martial Academy. When they arrived at the Immortal Martial Academy, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 1283. But fortunately they left safely. After returning to the Immortal Martial Academy, Lin Xian arranged for everyone to rest. He also quickly slept, then immediately got up to study the 3 sword scars left behind by the Iron Sword King. His current strength was strong enough to fight against 2 9th-level venerables, but in his opinion it was still not enough, because the Duan clan was too strong, an existence equivalent to a king clan. Facing such an enemy, he could not relax. Therefore, he had to increase his strength as much as possible. After 2 days, Lin Xian adjusted his condition to the peak, then went into seclusion to comprehend the 3 sword scars. At this moment, there were still 7 days before the auction began. He had to comprehend the 3 sword scars in these 7 days. Time flowed, and in the blink of an eye, it was the day of the auction. The day before, Lin Xian came out of seclusion, his aura unusually sharp. In these few days, he relied on his strong comprehension ability to forcefully comprehend the 3 sword scars left behind by the Iron Sword King. Now his strength had increased again, and the great dragon sword spirit had also recovered. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Xian brought Xinjingqiu and the rest to the Immortal Martial Auction. The Immortal Martial Auction was unusually busy. During this period of time, it was managed by the 10th Elder, Wang Li, and the other disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Brother Li, can we succeed in this auction? Yeah. Do the 2 items that Brother Xian took out really have such heaven-defying effects? Many disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were nervous because the effects of the Buren old-time tea and the longevity pill were too heaven-defying. Until now, they felt like they were dreaming. Don't worry. When has Brother Xian ever made a mistake? Since he took out these 2 items, they must have the legendary effects. Wang Li encouraged many disciples, but to be honest, he did not have much confidence in his heart, because all the information he knew was from rumors. He had never seen the real Buren old-time tea and the longevity pill. The only thing he could do now was to do his best to prepare for the auction. Half a day later, Lin Xian brought Xinjingqiu and the rest to the Immortal Martial Auction. Brother Xian, Wang Li and the others were excited. Lin Xian looked at these people and nodded with a smile. All of you have worked hard. When the auction is over, I will give everyone double the amount of elixir resources. Thank you, Brother Xian. The group of Dragon Sword Pavilion disciples cheered. They normally enjoyed more resources than the other powers, and now that Lin Xian was giving them double the amount, how could they not be happy? Looking at the excited crowd, Lin Xian was also in a good mood, so he quickly walked into the auction house. Young master, you're here. As soon as they entered the auction hall, the 10th Elder hurried over. I heard that those people from the Duan clan made a move midway. Young master, are you injured? It's fine, those guys can't hurt me. How are your preparations? Lin Xian asked. Everything is ready. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded, then instructed again. The standards of our auction this time are very high, so we have to screen the people who come to the auction. There are 2 main bases for my judgment. First, only core elders or sect leaders of 6th rank sects and above can enter. Second, if your personal wealth reaches 10 billion spiritual stones, you can also enter. These 2 conditions were too shocking. One had to know that no auction had set such rules before. However, this auction was different. Whether it was old-time tea or the longevity elixir, they were all heaven-defying divine items. Ordinary warriors didn't have the wealth to buy them, and only the top warriors had the chance to buy them. That was why Lin Xian had set such a standard. Moreover, the main purpose of this auction was to rope in these top powers and make it easier for both sides to cooperate. Setting a threshold was right, eliminating unnecessary trouble, and making the entire auction safer. It could be said that it was killing two birds with one stone. Oh, right. Have the invitations been sent out? They've been sent out, Wang Li quickly said. Very good. When those people with invitations come, you must invite them to the VIP room. Also, don't let anyone from the Duan clan in. If you find them, break their legs and throw them out. Yes, Brother Xian. After giving these instructions, Lin Xian took Xin Jingqiu to the back to rest. However, not long after, Wang Li ran over to report, Brother Xian, Blue Ice City's Shen Lingchuan and Master Shen are here. Oh, they're here so early. Take me to them, quickly. Lin Xian stood up. Beside him, Xin Jingqiu also cheered. Daddy is here. Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu walked outside and quickly saw Shen Lingchuan and his wife as well as Shen Shachi. Dad, Mom. Shen Jingqiu ran over happily. Qiu'er, sister. The family was reunited. Lin Xian also laughed and said, Uncle Shin, Auntie Shin, why are you here so early? I had no choice. Your old-time tea is too magical, and recently there was news about the longevity elixir, so I had to come early. Oh, right. Is the news about the longevity elixir true? Can it really defy fate? It's basically true. As for the specifics, you'll know when you meet the Sword Venerable. Lin Xian knew that these big shots did not dare to believe it at the moment, but when the Sword Venerable arrived, everyone would believe it. All right, then I'll wait for your good news. Shen Lingchuan smiled. Uncle Shen, this way, please. I've already prepared rooms for you. Qiu'er, accompany your parents. Lin Xian let Wang Li bring Shen Lingchuan and his family into VIP room number 1. After Shen Lingchuan arrived, the martial artists from the other big powers also arrived one after another. Suddenly, the entire Windy City was filled with all kinds of ancient beasts, spiritual boats, and war chariots. These were not ordinary beasts or war chariots, but extremely precious treasures. Usually, one would not be able to see even one of them. But now, there are countless rare beasts and ancient war chariots. Perhaps only the immortal martial auction could create such a grand scene. The big shots arrived one after another, and it was unusually lively. Wang Li and the rest were about to go crazy. Although these big shots had restrained their auras, they were still very terrifying. They received them carefully, afraid that they would anger them. But soon, Wang Li and the rest knew what it meant to be strong, and their confidence increased significantly. At first, someone was making a scene. It was a 9th level honorable, and he was not from any big power. He was just a lone cultivator, and he had a bad reputation. He belonged to the demonic sect. That person was called Monk Shui. He was bald, but his aura was vigorous. He carried a white bone club on his back, and his killing intent was overwhelming. Just because a disciple of the Dragon Sword Pavilion was a little slow in receiving him, he was angry and injured the disciple. What a mortal martial auction. If you anger your grandfather, I'll tear this place down. Chapter 1284. Although Wang Li and the rest were furious, the difference in cultivation was too great. They were no match for the 9 honorables. Therefore, the atmosphere was awkward. The experts from the major forces looked on with flickering eyes. No one dared to make a move because this was a matter of the celestial martial auction. If the other party couldn't even handle such a small matter, there was no need for the old-time tea and longevity pills to be auctioned. Seeing that no one dared to step forward, Monk Blood became even more arrogant. Hurry up and tell that Lin Xian to come out. Tell him to give me 100 servings of old-time tea and longevity pills, and I'll let you go. You're courting death. The disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were furious when they heard that. Some of them even wanted to rush forward. However, they were all stopped by Wang Li and Dongfang Xiong. Don't be rash. The other party is a peerless expert. If you rush forward, you'll only be courting death. You might even become a joke. Go and inform the 9th and 10th elders. The disciples nodded and quickly retreated. You want to leave? Where are you going? Stay here for me. Monk Blood sneered. He then stretched out a huge palm and grabbed in front of him. Suddenly, the terrifying palm was like a mountain, covering everyone. Wang Li and the rest changed their expressions. Many of them even felt numb. This aura was not something they could withstand. Just as they were about to be smashed into a bloody mist, a sword radiance flew out from the auction house. The sword radiance was like a rainbow. It flew out from the auction house quickly and slashed at the huge palm. Suddenly, the huge palm was cut in half like a piece of tofu. Ah! Monk Blood screamed and quickly retracted his hand. His eyes were filled with fear and viciousness. He did not expect someone to be able to cut his hand in half. However, this was not the end. After the sword radiance cut his hand, it flew towards him quickly. Damn it! Get lost! Monk Blood was furious. He waved his arm and 18 palm shadows flew out. They joined together and blasted forward quickly, trying to destroy the sword radiance. Poof! Poof! However, it was all in vain. The sword radiance was extremely sharp. It pierced through the 18 palm shadows and cut off Monk Blood's head. His head fell to the ground, and his eyes were filled with terror. Even until his death, he did not believe that someone could kill him with a single move. The surrounding crowd was also in an uproar. Wang Li and the other disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were completely stupefied, while the experts of the major powers had grave expressions on their faces. That was a ninth heaven venerable tier, an existence that was as powerful as them. However, he had actually been killed by a single sword strike from someone else. This was really shocking. Who is it that possesses such terrifying strength? At that moment, everyone's eyes were on the auction. Humph! If you dare to behave atrociously at the auction, only death awaits you. An old voice rang out with a sharp aura, following which the void flickered, and a figure appeared before everyone. Sword Venerable. Seeing that figure, everyone was shocked because they realized that the figure was the Sword Sovereign whose name shook the entire continent. No wonder this was the case. Most likely, only Cheng Cheng would be able to kill a ninth heaven venerable with a single sword strike. It was rumored that the Sword Venerable did not have much lifespan left. He only had 1 month left. But now, it seemed that the other party was full of vitality and didn't look like he was dying at all. It seemed that the rumor of the longevity pill was true. Everyone was excited. They realized that the longevity pill was really too miraculous. Among them, many elders who didn't have much lifespan left clenched their fists. This time, no matter what price they had to pay, they had to obtain the longevity pill. With the Sword Venerable's appearance, the others naturally didn't dare to act rashly. Even the ninth heaven venerables became cautious. Wang Li and the others gathered their men and quickly carried Shueshang's corpse away. They also cleared the path. Soon, the bloodstains on the ground were washed clean. Only a faint smell of blood remained in the air. Seeing that no one dared to act rashly, Wang Li and the others heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they straightened their backs. This was because no one dared to act presumptuously in front of the auction. Things went very smoothly. Lin Xian also nodded slightly regarding Shueshang's matter. Now, there were some things that didn't require him to do it all to deter those who had bad intentions. It seemed that the effects of the longevity pill were better than expected. Brother Xian. Yu Fei walked over quickly. What's the matter? The Duan clan is here. Yu Fei's expression was a little heavy. Those people are really shameless. They chased after us previously, and now they dare to come out. How despicable. With our relationship, I don't think the other party will send anyone important. They must have sent some small fries to investigate the situation. Don't bother about them. Just break their legs and throw them out. Don't worry, Brother Xian. I know what to do. Yu Fei was excited at the thought of throwing the Duan clan out. You rascal. I haven't seen you for a few days, and you've become more impressive? In the VIP room, Murong Qingqing was wearing a long dress. She rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. It's fine if it's the others, but this Duan clan must be dealt with harshly. This is just the beginning. I will let them know the consequences of plotting against the palace of gods of war. Lin Xian's eyes flashed coldly, but it quickly disappeared. Here, I just brewed the immortal tea. Try it. Lin Xian poured a cup of spiritual tea and pushed it in front of Morong Qingqing. Although she didn't drink it, the fragrance of the tea filled the entire room. Just as Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing were drinking tea, another group of people appeared at the entrance of the auction house. It was a young man in his 20s named Duan Feng. He was also a young master of the Duan clan. However, compared to Duan Li, his status and strength were far inferior. Even so, he was still very arrogant. His entire nose was pointed to the sky. There were 2 old men behind him. Their auras were around the 8th firmament of the supremacy realm. Although Duan Feng was arrogant, he didn't dare to cause trouble openly. He just swaggered towards the auction house with his people. However, he was soon stopped. How dare you stop me? Are you courting death? Do you know who I am? Duan Feng's face darkened. This was because the moment he was stopped, he sensed countless gazes sweeping over him from all directions. Many of them had mocking expressions on their faces. That was because this auction house wasn't a place that anyone could enter casually. There were 2 prerequisites. Either one had a status or one had money. Those who were stopped were all people who wanted to take advantage of the situation. Everyone naturally despised such people. Now that Duan Feng was stopped, it attracted countless mocking gazes. Damn it, are you blind? Don't you know who I am? How dare you stop me? Duan Feng was furious. I'm a member of the Duan clan. You dog, how dare you stop me? Don't you want to live anymore? However, the Dragon's Sword Pavilion disciple's attitude was unusually firm. The Duan clan isn't on our invitation list. You'd better leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. What? Chapter 1285. You're courting death. You're really courting death. You're even threatening our Duan family? I'll teach you a lesson today, you ignorant fool. Duan Feng snorted and was about to attack. At that moment, a cold shout was heard. Stop! What's going on? How dare you cause trouble in front of the auction? Do you want your legs broken and thrown out? A young man could not do it. Brother Fei, the Dragon's Sword Pavilion disciple shouted when he saw the young man. The young man was Yu Fei. He walked out when he heard the commotion outside. Duan Feng glanced at him and said coldly, "You're the one in charge." Seeing Yu Fei nod, he continued, "Who did you find? You don't even know our Duan family. How despicable. If you know what's good for you, get him to kneel down and apologize. I'll cripple one of his hands, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude today." Duan Feng was obviously here to cause trouble. After Yu Fei heard that, he said with a smile, "Oh, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. It's our negligence." Hearing that, the surrounding people were stunned. Since when did Lin Xian become so polite? Weren't they sworn enemies? Even Duan Feng was puzzled, let alone the surrounding warriors. He knew the relationship between the 2 families. It was already good enough that the other party did not attack him directly after he provoked him. However, he did not expect the other party's attitude to be so good. At least you have some knowledge. Hurry up and get him to kneel down and apologize. Duan Feng's nose was in the air, looking very arrogant. However, Yu Fei ignored him. Instead, he turned around and took out a sign from his storage ring. "Sorry, it's our negligence. I asked them to hang this sign up yesterday. Who knew that they would forget? However, it's not too late to hang it up now," Yu Fei said with a smile. Then he hung the sign on the wall. Everyone was curious and looked over. Then they all burst out laughing, because there was a line of words written on it. "Duan family and dogs are not allowed to enter." Seeing these words, the surrounding warriors were laughing so hard that they almost choked. Duan Feng took a look and almost fainted. The two elders behind him were also trembling with anger. This was humiliation. This was blatant humiliation. It was not a slap in the face, but a kick in the face. What kind of status did the Duan clan have? How dignified were they to be humiliated in such a manner? Thinking of this, the three of them trembled in anger. You dare to insult my Duan clan? You're dead meat. Duan Fong and the other two looked ferocious. However, Yu Fei stopped smiling and said coldly, "Break their legs and throw them out. You're courting death. How dare you touch me?" Duan Fong went mad. However, Lin Xian had already made arrangements. So, as soon as he finished speaking, an expert came out and instantly broke the three people's legs. Then, they threw them out like dead dogs. Of course, this was just a small interlude. Everyone just laughed and no one paid attention to it. The moment the auction house was fully seated, the doors of the auction house closed. Without any external light, the entire hall suddenly darkened, but soon it lit up again, because on the ceiling, countless fist-sized pearls were flashing like stars. For a moment, the lighting in the hall was just right. Moreover, a ball of gentle light lit up on the auction stage in front of him. Then, an old figure walked over quickly. It was the auctioneer, the 10th elder. He first greeted everyone to liven up the atmosphere, then went straight to the main topic. Ladies and gentlemen, there are two items in this auction. They are the old-time tea and the longevity elixir. Now, let's begin the auction of the old-time tea. As he spoke, the 10th elder flipped his palm, and 30 emerald green leaves appeared on the auction stage. Each leaf was stored in a high-quality jade box. There were a total of 30 leaves neatly arranged. Ladies and gentlemen, these are 30 leaves of the old-time tea. There are 5 leaves in a group, and they will be auctioned 6 times. In other words, you only have 6 chances to get the precious old-time tea. As for when the next auction will be, I don't know. So, please cherish this opportunity. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall boiled with excitement. They did not expect there to be so little old-time tea. There were only 30 leaves in total. It was not enough to drink. Originally, they wanted to use it as a regular spiritual tea to improve their health and prolong their aging. But now it seemed impossible. It seemed that it could only be used as a rare medicine to heal serious injuries. But no matter what, no one wanted to miss out on the old-time tea. The auction now began. The starting price was 1 million spiritual stones, and each increase must be no less than 100,000. 1 million spiritual stones was not a lot, but it was only the starting price. No one cared about it, because everyone knew that the final price was far more than that. Even if the starting price was 1 spiritual stone, these people would not be surprised. Sure enough, as soon as the 10th elder finished speaking, someone bid 10 million. In an instant, someone offered 10 times the starting price, but no one cared. The old-time tea was worth more than that. Sure enough, the following prices climbed steadily. 30 million, 50 million, 100 million. The price climbed rapidly, and the atmosphere of the auction gradually surged to a peak. 2 billion. A voice came from the VIP room. The bidder was Shun Lingchuan, who was in VIP room number 1. These big shots dealt with each other all year round. So when the voice came out, they all knew it was Shun Lingchuan. Shun Lingchuan's strength and status were extremely powerful, and the news of the old-time tea first came from the Shin family. So when he bid, everyone gave him face. In the end, the first old-time tea was sold for 2 billion. After getting 5 jade-like leaves, Shen Lingchuan breathed a sigh of relief. He was different from those people. He had directly felt the magical effects of the old-time tea, so he was naturally at ease with this old-time tea. Of course, the result was also very good. He got the first one. He did not participate in the following auction, but the powerhouses of the big forces began to fight. The second one was sold for 5 billion. The further it went, the more expensive it became. When the last group was sold, even the 10th elder sucked in a breath of cold air, because the final price reached 11 billion. This kind of final price was really too outrageous. One had to know that a half Earth-level treasure was about 1 billion. And these 5 leaves could buy 10 half Earth-level treasures. It had to be said that it was really too precious. When all the old-time teas were sold, the 10th elder did not continue. Instead, he let everyone rest for a while and also left the auction stage. Next were some singing and dancing performances, and all kinds of spiritual tea, spiritual wine, and snacks began to be provided in the main hall. Everyone ate a little and then rested for a while. Even though it had only been a short period of time, the price war seemed to have made them experience a huge battle. Chapter 1286. Even though it had only been a short period of time, the price war seemed to have made them experience a huge battle. However, they didn't dare to truly relax. Everyone was tensed up because they knew that the next auction was more important, because there was something more precious than old-time tea. That was the longevity elixir. If old-time tea was a treasure that was collected by those big shots in case of emergency, then the longevity elixir was something that every martial artist longed for, because it could prolong life. Not just 1 or 2 years, but 30 years. For those dying old people, 1 or 2 days was already a luxury, let alone 30 years. Therefore, they would do anything to get the longevity elixir. After half an hour, the 10th elder walked onto the stage again. Everyone's hearts were in their throats because they knew that the second auction was about to begin. As expected, the 10th elder was as decisive as ever. He announced the second auction as soon as he stepped onto the stage. The second auction item is called the longevity elixir. I'm sure everyone has heard of its effects. That's right. It can increase one's lifespan by 30 years. Everyone knows that life, old age, sickness, and death is the law of nature. It is irreversible. However, the longevity elixir is so heaven-defying that it can take one's life and increase one's lifespan by 30 years. I'm sure I don't need to tell you how precious it is. Seeing everyone's heated gazes, the 10th elder smiled and said again, "There are a total of 4 longevity elixirs being auctioned this time." What? 4? Why are there only 4? Yeah, that's too little. Hearing the 10th elder's words, everyone was stunned. In their opinion, there should be at least 10 longevity elixirs. Who would have thought that there would only be 4 longevity elixirs? For longevity, elixirs were too little. How many powerhouses and high-ranking officials were there? Adding them all up, it was a terrifying number. For longevity, elixirs were not enough. Seeing the dissatisfaction of those people, the 10th elder took a deep breath. Of course, he knew that 4 longevity elixirs were very little. However, this was Lin Xian's idea. Lin Xian naturally had his reasons for doing so. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. The longevity pills were precious to begin with. If such a treasure appeared in large quantities, it would give people the impression that it was worthless. Lin Xian wouldn't do that. He wouldn't let a large number of longevity pills appear in front of everyone. Therefore, he only took out 4 pills for the countless experts to fight over. Only the treasures that one had obtained after expending countless amounts of wealth would be cherished. It would also better reflect the value of the longevity pill. Therefore, even if the powerhouses below complained, Lin Xian's decision would not change. The 10th elder had received Lin Xian's reminder, so he took a deep breath and said loudly, "Now the first longevity pill will be auctioned. The starting price is 10 million, and each increment must be at least 1 million. Hearing the 10th elder's voice, the experts' faces turned ugly. However, they had no choice but to participate in the auction. At the very least, they had to obtain a longevity pill first. The rest could be discussed later. The longevity elixir was much more precious than the old-time tea. Therefore, the price of the longevity elixir skyrocketed from the very beginning. Soon, it broke through the 1 billion mark. 5 billion, 8 billion, 10 billion. Last time, the last set of old-time tea was auctioned off for 11 billion. But now the first longevity elixir had broken through that price. No wonder Lin Xian had set a threshold for the auction. At this auction, those with less than 10 billion should not even think about it. 15 billion. Xia Zhuang, Zhu of the deity, sword villa bid. 17 billion. This was the first elder of the divine bird palace. Although they had a good relationship with the Duan family, Lin Xian did not do anything to them this time. Therefore, he could participate in the auction now. 18 billion. The Heavenly Fire sect was also a top 6th rank sect. The bidder was an old man with long hair and beard. His whole body was covered in flames, forming a flame robe that draped over his body. 20 billion. At this time, Shen Lingchuan from VIP room 1 spoke again. Haha, this old man also wants to play. 23 billion. This time, the bidder was an old man. He had a head full of white hair, but his face was as delicate as a baby's. Although his eyes had seen the vicissitudes of life, they were very lively, like an old urchin. This was a powerhouse of the Merry Woods. You guy, aren't you practicing the heavenly immortality art? Why are you still here competing for the longevity elixir? The elder of the Morong family also spoke. 21 billion. Hearing this astronomical price, Wang Li and the other disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were shocked. Even Lin Xian's eyelids were twitching. 20 billion. This was a huge amount of wealth. However, he also knew that the further one went, the weaker the effect of spirit stones. At least, some of the extinct treasures could not be bought with spirit stones. For example, if he did not take out the longevity elixir for auction, these people would not be able to buy it even if they had countless spirit stones. Morong Qingqing gritted her teeth. You guy, can't you give me a longevity elixir for free? Give it to you. What do you want it for? You're so young and beautiful. Lin Xian laughed. Humph. Morong Qingqing lightly snorted, then said, Of course, I'm not using it for myself. It's not that I can't give it to the Morong family. Lin Xian tapped his finger on the table, then looked at Morong Qingqing and said, But don't you want to do something? Something? What do I want to do? Morong Qingqing tilted her head with a puzzled expression. For example, you can kiss me a little or go warm the windows. Go to hell, you bastard, you're too despicable. Morong Qingqing's face immediately turned red. Lin Xian continued to laugh. What, are you shy? Since you're going to marry into my family sooner or later, why don't you do it now? I can give your family a few longevity elixirs. Hearing this, Morong Qingqing's face turned even redder. She scolded in a low voice, Go to hell, I hate you the most. Sigh, if that's the case, then it's really a pity. Lin Xian sighed heavily, but his eyes were full of smiles. Then he picked up the immortal tea, took a sip, and looked down once again. The bidding in the main hall became more and more intense. In the end, the first longevity elixir was bought by the Morong family at a price of 30 billion. Instantly, the other king families and rank 6 sects sighed. Among the king families, other than the Duan family, the rest were all present. However, not many people from the palace of gods of war came. Because of Lin Xian, they didn't need to bid. If there was a need, Lin Xian could provide it for free. As for the Immortal Martial Academy, Lin Xian also gave one to Dean Xian. Therefore, the main competitors were the Morong family, the Shen family, and the Merrywoods. As expected, the second longevity elixir was bought by the Merrywoods at a price of 40 billion. The third longevity elixir was bought by the Shen family at a price of 53 billion. Everyone, this is the last longevity elixir, and there won't be any more in the future. Chapter 1287. Everyone, this is the last longevity pill. There won't be any more longevity pills in the future. What? There won't be any more longevity pills in the future. Everyone exclaimed in shock. Many people even went crazy and kept fiddling with their hair. Previously, they couldn't bear to bid and wanted to wait until the next auction. Who would have thought that it would be a peerless longevity pill? The longevity pill would only be auctioned once and would not be auctioned again. Why is this happening? No way. Can't we buy it even if we have money in the future? The crowd went crazy. Seeing everyone's dissatisfaction, the 10th elder hurriedly explained, "Everyone, the longevity pill is heaven-defying. I'm sure everyone knows that it requires extremely precious herbs. To tell everyone the truth, these herbs are all extinct. The young master obtained some in the hidden sky secret realm. That's how the longevity pill came about. However, these pills are limited and have been around for a long time. Once used, there's no replacement. That's why the longevity pill is limited. The more you use, the less you have." Hearing this, everyone was disappointed. That's right, the longevity pill was a peerless longevity pill. Furthermore, the herbs used to make it could not be found in the Tianwu continent. Even if these people were anxious, there was nothing they could do. "No, even if I have to risk my life, I have to get the last longevity pill. If we miss this chance, I'm afraid we won't have another chance in the future." The older generation went crazy and did not hesitate to take out all their wealth to exchange for a longevity pill. Soon, the price rose from 10 billion to 30 billion. It did not slow down and soon broke through the 500 mark. The third auction was 50 billion, but this time the price did not stop there. Instead, it rose rapidly. 60 billion. Suddenly, a low voice came from the main hall. The voice was not loud, but it was unusually clear. Not only that, the older generation and the experts of the various large families trembled when they heard the voice. A look of shock appeared in their eyes. Everyone's expression changed when they heard the voice. Even the peerless experts of the large factions narrowed their eyes. That was because the power of the voice had surpassed that of a ninth heaven supremacy. Of course, he had not become a true king, but he was not someone these people could compete with. A half-step king. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect such a person to appear in the auction. Lin Xian also raised his eyebrows when he heard the situation. A half-step king was a terrifying existence. Even sword venerables peak. Who would have thought that he would appear now? Inside the palace, many people extended their souls to search for that half-step king. Humph! A cold snort caused everyone's mind to tremble. They hurriedly withdrew their soul power and didn't dare to casually probe. This was naturally a warning from that half-step king. As an existence that surpassed the supreme experts, he possessed supreme prestige. How could he allow others to casually probe him? Fortunately, the other party only gave them a warning and did not attack them. Otherwise, many of the people present would not have suffered heavy injuries to their souls. It was even possible for them to become idiots. It's clear that he's someone we haven't investigated before. On the martial heaven continent, kings and half-step kings were extremely powerful existences, so these people all knew about them. Even if there were some hidden kings who didn't come out all year round, these large powers still knew about them. But the person in front of them was not one of them. Although his origin was strange, his strength was a genuine half-step king's. That's why no one dared to raise the price. Of course, the king families were an exception. This was because their families also had half-step kings. Moreover, not only did they have half-step kings, but they also had supreme kings. They were the peak of the continent. Therefore, they did not fear that mysterious half-step king. 63 billion. Morong family's elder bid again. 65 billion. Shen family's elder bid. 68 billion. Mary Woods's elder bid. That mysterious half-step king snorted coldly. 75 billion. The sudden increase of almost 10 billion made those king families' elders suck in a breath of cold air. Although the longevity pellet was good, the price was too ridiculous. Moreover, it seemed like the other party was determined to get it. Even if they continued to bid, there would be no result. Therefore, the three king families stopped bidding. In the end, the fourth longevity pellet was won by the mysterious half-step king at the price of 75 billion. The items in this auction were all sold. Those king families who got the longevity pellet let out a sigh of relief. Those warriors who did not get it were extremely envious. In the VIP room, Lin Xian drank the last mouthful of old-time tea and stood up. It's my turn now. He did not plan this auction simply to sell items. He also wanted to rope in these powers. Therefore, at the last moment, he still needed to make an appearance. The hall was extremely lively. Everyone was about to leave when they saw another figure appear on the auction stage. Seeing that figure, everyone sat down again. They realized that it was Lin Xian. They knew Lin Xian's identity very well. Not only was he the owner of the auction, but he also provided old-time tea and the longevity pellet. Therefore, Lin Xian's appearance made these people very suspicious. At the same time, they also had unlimited hope. Is there a turning point? Some people were excited, especially those who did not get old-time tea and the longevity pellet. Young Master Lin, are you really not going to sell the longevity pellet in the future? If you're not selling the longevity pellet, then what about old-time tea? There should be more of that, right? A group of people asked one after another. The hall was very noisy. Lin Xian said loudly, "Everyone, please calm down. I'm here to talk to you about this." Hearing this, everyone quieted down. They all pricked up their ears and listened carefully. I have old-time tea and longevity pellet, but I really don't have a lot. What? You have both. Then why don't you auction them? Everyone was first shocked, then dissatisfied. Why should I auction them? Lin Xian asked calmly. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They opened their mouths, but could not say the reason. Yes, why should he auction them? The longevity pellet belonged to him. He was free to do whatever he wanted. To tell you the truth, I still have some old-time tea. But I really don't have many longevity pellets left. All the longevity pellets I have can be counted on one hand. Chapter 1288. Young Master Lin, just say what you have in mind, an elder from the Heavenly Fire sect said. Hearing that, the others nodded. Indeed, if Lin Xian did not want to sell it to them, they could have just kept it to themselves. But now that he said it, but did not want to auction it, it meant that there must be other ways to obtain it. As expected of someone from a large faction, he was smart. Lin Xian was secretly delighted and said again, there are indeed other ways to obtain it. From today onwards, I will establish a first-class hall. In the first-class hall, we will provide old-time tea. Hearing that, everyone's eyes lit up. Judging from his words, he should have a lot of old-time tea. How can we enter the first-class hall? Many people were tempted because long-term consumption of old-time tea could also slow down aging. Very simple. Become an ally of the Palace of Gods of War, and you can enter the first-class hall. My first-class hall not only has old-time tea, but also other rare spiritual wine and spiritual tea. I guarantee that they are all of the best quality, but they are all clearly priced. Lin Xian's meaning was obvious. If one wanted to buy old-time tea, they had to enter the first-class hall first. Otherwise, no matter how rich they were, they would not have the right to buy it. As for the meaning of being an ally, they all understood. Now, Lin Xian and the Duan family were fighting fiercely, fighting for the leadership of the Palace of Gods of War. In the past, the Duan family was powerful and was about to take control of the Palace of Gods of War. But ever since Lin Xian appeared, he turned the situation around in an extremely short time. Now, it seemed that Lin Xian was going to counterattack. If you want to join the first-class hall, you need to prove your allegiance. I'm sure all of you are aware of this. Lin Xian said slowly. Indeed, he would not let anyone who wanted to fish in troubled waters enter the first-class hall. Hearing that, the large families fell silent and stopped thinking about this matter. Lin Xian was not in a hurry. Instead, he smiled faintly. Of course, I will give everyone some time to consider this matter. I believe that after you drink old-time tea, you will know how to make a decision." Everyone's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that Lin Xian was very confident in old-time tea. However, they had only heard of the legend of old-time tea and had never really tasted it. It seemed that he could only ask those who had taken photos of old-time tea later. "Young Master Lin, where are the longevity pills? Does Class 1 Hall have it as well?" Finally, someone asked the most important question. When these words came out, everyone was extremely shocked. Lin Xian explained, "I'm sure everyone knows how precious the longevity pill is. To tell you the truth, I only have 5 left. Among these 5 pills, 3 of them extend one's lifespan by 30 years, and 2 of them extend one's lifespan by 50 years. What? 50 years? Many people's eyes turned red when they heard this. Who would have thought that Lin Xian actually had a pill that could increase one's lifespan by 50 years? "Young Master Lin, if you have any conditions, just say it. Don't keep us in suspense." Some of the more impatient elders couldn't wait any longer. "Kill 3 core elders of the Duan clan, get a longevity pill. Kill young Master Ling Feng, get a longevity pill. Kill Wu Zun, get a 50-year-old longevity pill. Kill the head of the Duan clan, get a 50-year-old longevity pill." Lin Xian's voice echoed throughout the hall. What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that Lin Xian's conditions were to assassinate the higher-ups of the Duan clan and the head of the Duan clan. That was too shocking. After all, the Duan clan was extremely powerful, equivalent to a king clan. The head of the Duan clan was the deputy palace master of the Palace of Ares, and his son Wu Zun was a peak venerable. Young Master Ling Feng was also a representative of the younger generation of the mainland. But Lin Xian wanted to assassinate them. That was too crazy. There were a total of 5 longevity pills. First come, first served. If you were late, you would get nothing. Lin Xian reminded them again. Everyone's mouth twitched. To be honest, they were really hesitant. Although the longevity pill was good, the Duan clan was also extremely terrifying. Once the assassination failed, the Duan clan would definitely retaliate crazily. Thus, no one dared to make a decision. However, at this moment, the mysterious half-step king asked, "Are you telling the truth?" "Of course. If you can bring their bodies back, the longevity pill is yours." Lin Xian said, "No way. Is that mysterious half-step king going to attack the Duan clan?" This is earth-shattering news. When the news of the longevity pill reached those hidden clans, someone might make a move again. Yeah, the Duan clan is in danger this time. This Lin Xian is too powerful. He actually used such methods to mobilize the heroes of the world. Everyone was shocked. In the following days, the news spread like a storm, instantly spreading throughout the entire Sky Martial continent. For a moment, everyone was talking about this matter. When the Duan clan found out about this, they were furious. Damn it, damn it. Young Master Ling Feng was so angry that he shouted like an angry lion, scaring the people around him into kneeling on the ground. They had never seen young Master Ling Feng so angry because, in their memories, young Master Ling Feng had always been like an iceberg killing god, controlling everything. However, the other party was now exposed. It could not be helped. It was because of Ling Xian's kill order. Speaking of which, they also had an assassin organization, and it was the top assassin organization in the Bloodfield. However, compared to the other party, their assassin organization was incomparably weak. Because the other party's reward was too terrifying. It was the longevity pill. It was a divine medicine that could be auctioned for 80 billion. It could even defy the heavens and take one's life. Everyone was tempted by such an item. Although it was difficult for some large factions to make a decision in a short period of time, it was hard to guarantee that no one would not secretly make a move. For a moment, the entire Duan clan was facing a great enemy. Not only that, some of the Duan clan's resources, mines, and shops were all affected. Because they wanted to join the elite hall, They had to show proof of their loyalty. Since the Duan clan was on guard and could not kill, they could only take action from the resources. Therefore, within a day, the Duan clan's businesses were severely affected. On the other hand, Lin Xian's side of the Palace of Aries was rapidly expanding. This change was like a violent storm, swift and decisive. In a short period of time, the entire situation had undergone an earth-shattering reversal. Lin Xian looked at the news in his hand and nodded continuously. The effects of the old-time tea and the longevity pill were indeed amazing. Just the elite hall alone had attracted many sixth-rank sects to join. Among them were some sects that had previously relied on the Duan clan. However, they had now defected and joined them. The Wang clan had not joined yet, but their attitude had changed. Many of the sects that had cooperated with the Duan clan had now withdrawn. It would not be long before the Duan clan suffered another heavy blow. Chapter 1289. The King clans hadn't joined yet, but their attitudes had changed. Many of the clans that had worked with the Duan clan had withdrawn. It wouldn't be long before the Duan clan suffered another heavy blow. Lin Xian knew that the Duan clan would be able to take it during this period. He handed over the matters here to the ninth elder and the rest, while he returned to the Immortal Martial Academy. Firstly, he wanted to give Xin Jingqiu more than one illusory array to get rid of her inner demons. Secondly, he wanted to forge the Red Lotus armor. In the remote sky secret realm, he had obtained many natural treasures. Other than precious spiritual herbs, he had also obtained many materials for forging weapons. Now he had enough materials to forge an armor. Therefore, he wanted to forge it. This way, even if the Duan clan retaliated, he would have the ability to protect himself. 3 days later, Lin Xian brought Xin Jingqiu back to the Immortal Martial Academy. He didn't return to the freshman area. Instead, he asked Dean Xian to find a safe and secluded place for him. Soon he found a mountain peak. It was located in the core area of the academy and was very safe. Moreover, the spiritual energy was abundant, and the environment was friendly. It was very suitable for cultivation. After settling down, Lin Xian started to set up the formation. His attainments in formations were terrifying. Even the formation masters of the King clans might not be able to compare to him. Therefore, setting up an illusory array was nothing to him. However, in order to achieve the best effect, Lin Xian spent 120% of his effort and a day to set up an illusory array. It's up to you now. Believe in yourself. You can do it. Xin Jingqiu nodded heavily. Don't worry, brother Lin Xian. I can do it. The little girl was also very serious. She knew that this was very important to her. After taking a deep breath, Xin Jingqiu quickly walked into the illusory array. Originally, Lin Xian wanted to stay here for 2 days to check on Xin Jingqiu's condition. If there was no danger, he would forge the Red Lotus armor. However, the situation changed after a day because the dark red dragon flew out of the demonic beast bag. Kid, I'm awake. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had a look of surprise on his face. Could it be that your recovery failed? How could I possibly fail? Am I that weak? That's not right. If you succeed, shouldn't you be shouting in the sky? Why are you so honest now? You didn't even celebrate your breakthrough? Bah, am I so shallow that I have to make a fuss just because I've recovered my strength? The dark red dragon god blushed, but fortunately his entire body was red, so there was no awkwardness at all. Humph, kid, you followed me for so long, but you don't understand me at all. You've only recovered to the 9th heavenly layer. What's there to be happy about? Although it was humble and said that it was unhappy, its tail was already wagging. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. All right, we'll celebrate when you return to the challenger level. I have a task for you. Help me look after the illusion array. Where are you going? The dark red dragon god asked. Then he glanced at the array in front of him and exclaimed, Io, this array is engraved well. Kid, you've improved. Lin Xian was a little proud of himself. Then he said, I'm going to refine the Red Lotus armor. The person inside is my friend. Look after her. Don't let anything happen to her." After giving his instructions, Lin Xian left. The dark red dragon god looked inside and saw a hazy figure. It's a little beauty. This kid is good. He's quite fast. He actually found another beauty. How shameful, how depraved!" The dark red dragon god muttered. Then he brought out the little white monkey. The two of them hugged spiritual fruits and spiritual wine together and ate heartily. On the other side, Lin Xian was in seclusion to refine the Red Lotus armor. With a wave of his hand, the 1,000-beast cauldron appeared. At the same time, countless materials floated in the air. These materials were very precious. Each of them could make the experts of the Tianmu continent go crazy. Many of them were even materials to refine earth-rank treasures. Fortunately, Lin Xian had the blueprint. Moreover, his soul power was strong. That was why he could inscribe the inscriptions on the blueprint bit by bit. Otherwise, he would not be able to refine the armor. While Lin Xian was refining the armor, the outside world was not peaceful. Under the huge temptation of the longevity pill, someone finally made a move. The star mineral vein. There was a huge mineral vein here. Inside, it was the precious metal star steel. This mineral vein was the property of the Duan family. The star pills dug out here could be used to make weapons and armor. It could be said that it was very important. Moreover, it was a special situation. Therefore, the defense here was even tighter than before. Not only that, there was a core elder of the Duan family overseeing it. This elder was a Ninth Heaven Honorable Realm expert. He was not an early Ninth Heaven Honorable Realm expert. Instead, he was a Ninth Heaven Honorable Realm expert. His strength was equivalent to the Ninth Elder. With such a powerful person overseeing it, the Duan family was very assured. The night was slightly cold. The entire mineral vein did not stop working. Sonorous knocking sounds could be heard. Some key places were even heavily guarded by patrolling guards. However, in the dark night, a few figures floated over quickly like ghosts. These 5 people were very fast and did not reveal any auras. Therefore, even though the patrolling guards were very vigilant, they did not notice them. These 5 people were of all shapes and sizes. One of them was a fatty. When he passed by a group of guards, he sneered and a ball of dark green mist surged out of his palm. Next, the green mist waved and instantly enveloped a group of 10 people. Woo-woo! Immediately, those cultivators did not even have time to scream before their bodies turned into a pool of pus. The 5 of them did not stop. Wherever they passed, the groups they encountered all disappeared silently. Soon, they arrived in front of a palace. The 5 of them looked at each other, took out their knives, forks, and sticks, and quickly rushed forward. Boom! The auras of the 5 people erupted. It was very terrifying. They joined together and cooperated with the terrifying attacks. They quickly blasted forward. Immediately, the majestic palace collapsed with a bang. Huge rocks flew everywhere, and the ground sank. Everything within a radius of 10 miles collapsed. Some of the nearby cultivators did not have time to escape at all and turned into a bloody mist in the attack. In an instant, the entire mine sounded an alarm. Countless cultivators and guards gathered here. In the ruins in front of them, there was also an angry shout. "You're courting death!" This voice was like thunder. It exploded with a bang, forming a violent air blade that blew away all the surrounding ruins. An old figure stood on the ground. The old man was dressed in a dark green robe that was incomparably resplendent. However, at this moment, his face was abnormally cold. A terrifying gaze burst out from his ancient eyes. It was like a fiend god spear that pierced through the void. "How dare you cause trouble in the Duan family's mine? You're courting death."